rubber stamp. You also heard from Diana, great state of California. Diana writes, SNAP has helped my family tremendously during this difficult time. We really appreciate all the help. My husband was diagnosed with cancer, and we have a little one at home. It's been difficult taking care of everything. Please keep this benefit to help people get on their feet. Diana lives in the Inland Empire, California's 33rd Congressional District, represented by the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar. Diana, Pete Aguilar is fighting hard for you. Just like every single House Democrat are fighting hard for the American people to protect you as best we can from this cruel assault on nutritional assistance. We're going to continue to fight hard for you. In Ohio, Julie writes to us, I'm so thankful for Amelia Sykes, Marcy Kaptur. Marcy Kaptur is the original gangster of the Ohio delegation. The longest serving woman in the history of the United States Congress, fighting hard on behalf of the people she incredibly represents, along with Amelia and Shontel Brown and Greg Landsman, and of course, y'all know I couldn't leave out my big sister Joyce Beatty. I wanted to mention Joyce because this is part of the resilience of what we've seen from House Democrats, from Brittany Pedersen, distinguished gentlelady from the great state of Colorado, who gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, Sam, at the beginning of this year. But because House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have refused to allow proxy voting, virtual voting, for expectant mothers and new mothers throughout this year, shortly after giving birth, Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen, each and every week, often with her baby boy, Sam, has come to the United States Congress to stand with House Democrats in defense of the American people. And she did it in connection with that first vote that set this whole disgusting abomination into motion in February. That same day, Kevin Mullen showed up to vote on behalf of the American people. Just like all of us continue to do, Kevin Mullen showed up to vote despite the fact that he had been experiencing multiple surgeries was dealing with some complications. But he understood, just like all House Democrats understand, the need to stand up in this moment and fight hard for the American people, the need to be here throughout this entire toxic journey that Republicans have set us on. Connection with this one big ugly bill. Kevin Mullen, coming off of multiple surgeries, rolled out of his hospital bed, got on a plane from Northern California, took his wife with him so that she could change his IV on the plane across the country to be here and stand with his sisters and brothers in the House Democratic Caucus family to push back against this one big ugly bill. I was so thankful, so appreciative to see the great Joyce Beatty, who's been battling some issues, working her way through them, putting off surgeries for as long as she could. And yet, perhaps against some of the advice that she may have received, understood, as she said in her own words, the importance of being here on behalf of the American people, to stand up and push back against Trump's one big ugly bill, because it will have devastating consequences for everyday Americans. Thank you, Joyce Beatty, for your courage, your strength, and your resilience on behalf of the people that you represent in the great state of Ohio and people all across the country. That's what we do as House Democrats, and you're leading by example. And I could tell stories about every single one of us who in this moment recognizes that we have to keep rising to the occasion because of the extraordinary assault that has been launched against the American people by Donald Trump and complete Republican control here in Washington. Let's understand who is doing you in.
That's right.
People on the other side of the aisle. It's not too late. All we need are 4 Republicans to join us, to show John McCain levels of courage. Not on the battlefield, as he did in such an extraordinary way. And yes, Mr. President, John McCain was an American hero and patriot. An American hero and patriot. I may have disagreed with him on a whole host of issues. We cannot disagree with the fact that he was an American patriot and a war hero who served this country overseas. And then he came back home after being a POW year after year after year. And got elected to the United States House of Representatives. Did I get that right, y'all? To the United States House of Representatives. Just making sure y'all are paying attention. All good things start in the United States House of Representatives, as far as we're concerned. And then he went over to the Senate. And then in one of his final acts of courage, he pushed back against the effort to rip away health care from millions of Americans. All we need is 4 Republicans to show John McCain levels of courage when it comes to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people, protecting the nutritional assistance of the American people. I think earlier today, I may have neglected to mention the leadership of Jim McGovern, who's done an extraordinary job leading the charge on the Rules Committee as we've pushed back against this all-out assault on the American people. Hour after hour after hour after hour, Jim McGovern, the members of the Rules Committee, and so many members of the House Democratic Caucus pushing amendment after amendment, debating hard against this one big ugly bill on behalf of the American people. Jim McGovern, of course, longtime champion for combating hunger in the United States of America. So thankful for Jim's resilience and his strength, even in the face of great tragedy. Continues to battle hard on behalf of the American people. Julie writes, SNAP has been an amazing help to my family. Very grateful to receive it. I'm a single mom of twin 13-year-old girls. I've been on my own with my girls since they were 1 and have never received child support. I do work. People who receive Medicaid work. People who receive SNAP work. So some people in this town need to stop lying to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I said some people in this town need to stop lying to the American people. Julie said, I do work, but don't make enough money to cover all my expenses. It's a big misunderstanding that people on SNAP don't have jobs. My children would eat very poorly if I didn't have SNAP. I would have to rely on church food pantries, and they could only offer the bare minimum. The food banks don't give basics like milk and bread. That's Julie's experience. Mr. Speaker, she lives in Ohio's 14th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman David Joyce. We heard from Mark from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Mark says, I've collected Medicaid and SNAP benefits for over a decade now. I may well have found myself in a worse place if not for these programs. Giving freely and charitably is the way of Jesus. Reverend Cleaver, some people in this chamber need to hear those words again. Giving freely and charitably is the way of Jesus. That's someone who's talking like a Matthew 25 and 35 Christian. SNAP and Social Security benefits have been life-saving for me. They literally keep me alive. I suffer from severe depression, anxiety, OCD, and have Asperger's. This is why I'm on Social Security and SNAP. I believe that everyone should have access to these benefits. And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's real love. Not fake love, like promising to love and cherish Medicaid, and then turning around and presiding over the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, which is what Donald Trump's one big ugly bill represents. Mark says, I believe that everyone should have access to these benefits. And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's the kind of leadership that this country needs and deserves right now, but that's the kind of leadership it's not getting from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Speaker, Mark lives in Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District. I believe that district is represented by our colleague, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. I want to ask the question, what happened earlier today? How was it that a few hours ago, several of my Republican colleagues had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill? Several hours ago, how is it that so many of our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill? Either because of the devastating assault on Medicaid, health care, supplemental nutritional assistance, assault on veterans, assault on clean energy jobs, assault on the cost of living, which is represented in this bill, or because of the assault on the fiscal irresponsibility of a bill that will explode the deficit, increase the debt by trillions of dollars, send us on a death spiral potentially as it relates to our economy? How is it, Mr. Speaker, that so many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle had principled opposition just a few hours ago and now seem prepared to fold on the floor of the House of Representatives? Don't you have some responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to say to the American people what happened? What deals were cut? What occurred in the back room? It will all come out one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. incredible to me that this Congress is on the verge of ripping food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors as a result of this one big ugly bill in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks and exploding the debt in the process. I mentioned earlier in my remarks that as House Democrats, we envision a different country than the one that is being ravaged by such extremism right now. Imagine a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life. That's the America that we should be working hard right now to bring about for every single American. But we know there are far too many Americans in this country struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That should not be the case in this great country. The wealthiest country in the history of the world, a country that has become far too expensive for far too many people. Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living on day one. He made that promise to the American people.
You lied.
Made that promise, hadn't happened on day one, hasn't happened on month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, month 6. It's not happening. Mr. Speaker, costs aren't going down. Costs are going up in the United States of America. Life is becoming more expensive. And it seems to me that in this great country, this Congress should be working hard to build an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. That's our plan. That's our vision. That's our goal as House Democrats. An affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. But Donald Trump's one big ugly bill will make life more expensive for the American people. Lynette wrote to us. She's also a resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Said, I'm a single mom of 3 girls. Although my 2 older girls are out of the home, they and I struggle. I work full time, but it's not enough to get by. Without the help of SNAP and Section 8, I would not be able to afford anything. I sacrifice every day so my daughters can have food and a place to come home and call home. I get $124 a month in food stamps. $124 a month in food stamps, which isn't enough as food prices keep going up. With the little help I do get from the government, I am grateful and blessed. Last year, I passed out after a church service and was rushed to the hospital. I didn't have any insurance at this time, but I was treated. However, I could not pay back the services that I received, and I still need treatments. I have been choosing to pay for rent and food, but I have these bills and other appointments that I need to go to but don't have the extra money, and I don't qualify for Medicare, don't make enough to get insurance on the marketplace for insurance. Lynette, without the help of SNAP and Section 8, I would not be able to afford anything. Mr. Speaker, Lynette resides in Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Wendy writes to us from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Says that I am a single mother of 2 children, and due to bone cancer, I now live with a disability and am unable to work. I have not only survived cancer, but my children and I also survived domestic abuse. I have been making ends meet while not working or receiving any child support for almost 2 years. To my family, SNAP is literally life or death. And while I hope that one day my circumstances will improve to the point that I will not need the assistance for now, Wendy tells us, it is our lifesaver. That's what these safety net programs represent. Lifesavers for Americans in need. And instead of protecting these life-saving programs, these life-sustaining programs, what we see from this one big ugly bill is that nutritional assistance for the American people will be decimated. And as a result, millions of Americans, our fellow Americans, are at risk of going hungry. That is not right in the United States of America. It's not right. And that is why we're fighting hard for people like Wendy, who, Mr. Speaker, lives in Virginia's 5th congressional district, a district represented by Congressman John McGuire. Jamie, from the great state of Wisconsin, the heartland, part of the heartland of the United States of America, the magical Midwest, the hardworking people of the great state of Wisconsin. I was privileged to just be there this past weekend. Jamie said, I work, I am a single mom. I need help to feed my kids. All the bills have skyrocketed. I'm doing this on my own. Please don't take away SNAP. That's a plea that I think is being heard all across this land. Please don't take away SNAP. It's a lifesaver. It's being ripped away from the American people as part of this Republican effort, Mr. Speaker, to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. Jamie is represented. She lives in the 3rd Congressional District of Wisconsin, currently represented, Mr. Speaker, by Congressman Derek Van Orden. Healthcare under assault. Nutritional assistance under assault. Farmers in this country have also been under assault. And one of the reasons why so many Americans are cynical about our politics of the moment is that there are people who run for office, they say one thing and then they do the exact opposite. And many of the policies that we've seen come out of the Trump administration are inconsistent with the rhetorical promises that were made on the campaign trail. Donald Trump and House Republicans promising to look out for people in farm country, and then supporting policies that do the exact opposite. April is from Iowa. Says that 4th-generation farmer on land her family has worked for almost 125 years in north-central Iowa. And it says, if there's all this uncertainty out there, how can we plan? We need a path forward. It's like changing a tire while we're still driving down the road. That's what our farmers are being asked to do, change a tire while they're still driving down the road because of the uncertainty that has been unleashed by an administration far too focused on chaos, cruelty, and corruption. Those are my words. April goes on to say, we're kind of holding our breath for this fall. That's when it will hurt the most farmers. We need trade with Mexico and Canada too. That's why I think the reciprocal tariffs are going to hurt us more. We get fertilizer from Canada. We get parts and products made in Mexico. As House Democrats, we're focused on creating more good-paying jobs, on economic strategies that make sense, that are designed to lift up the American people. But I can't find anything in this 900-plus page bill that is actually designed to permanently sustain a positive trajectory for farmers in this country and for everyday Americans. In fact, the chaotic uncertainty of the economic policies that have been unleashed by the Trump administration and complete Republican rule in Washington, D.C. will have devastating consequences for the American people and for farmers like April. John writes to us from the great state of North Carolina. He says to us, not many families can say this, black families that is, but we've been here for over 100 years. My grandfather on both sides, and my father were all farmers. Honestly, I cannot understand it. I have not heard anybody from that administration that could tell me anything that makes any sense of what he's causing. John further writes, you cannot take a chainsaw and do surgery. I'm going to plant about 50% less than I would normally because I don't know what the price is going to be. I don't want to take the risk of putting even more out there. What we've seen from the Trump administration, from this so-called DOGE effort, and from our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, is deeply troubling. Republicans are trying to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, a chainsaw to Medicaid, a chainsaw to the health care of the American people, a chainsaw to nutritional assistance for hungry children, a chainsaw to farm country, and a chainsaw to vulnerable Americans. But as House Democrats, we're here to make clear, Mr. Speaker, we're determined to take a chainsaw to Project 2025. A chainsaw to Project 2025 on behalf of the American people. We don't want this country to go backward. We want this country to go forward. And so no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, we're going to take a chainsaw to your Project 2025. That's what we're prepared to do. Thank you, John, from North Carolina. One last farmer whose voice I want to elevate at this moment. And then I'd like to have a discussion about, anchored around some of the things that our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have said during this entire process. Correspondence that has been written by Republicans as it relates to this one big ugly bill. Correspondence that I'm struggling to understand now, because it appears that almost every single House Republican is prepared to recklessly rubber stamp Donald Trump's extreme agenda and sign off on this one big ugly bill. So I'm going to go through some of the correspondence momentarily that maybe at some point our Republican colleagues can help us figure out. But I want to enter into the record one last story from a farmer. Can we respect the farmers in the United States of America? Can we respect her? We began this country as an agrarian economy. We should respect the farmers in this country as I'm telling their stories. On the eve of our 249th birthday, can we respect the farmers in this country who we're working hard to defend? Susie is from Missouri. In a district, Mr. Speaker, represented by Ways and Means Chairman, our colleague, Jason Smith. She writes to us, she says that Susie and her husband, they moved back to her family farm over 2 decades ago, where they raised their children, including a son with complex medical needs who relies on Medicaid for essential therapies and care. Over the years, Susie has seen firsthand how Medicaid has been a lifeline for families like hers, especially in rural communities. A proud mother and daughter of hardworking Missourians, Susie apparently has voted for both Democrats and Republicans, and her husband is a registered Republican. But as farmers, they both believe that access to health care should never be a partisan issue. We agree. Thank you, Susie. Access to health care in the United States of America should never be a partisan issue. It should never be considered a privilege just for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It is a right that should be available to every single American, and that is what we are fighting hard right now to defend here in the United States of America, and to push back against this one big, ugly bill. As I mentioned earlier, in the time that I have remaining, I certainly want to share the story of some of our veterans. Share a few stories of some of our small business owners who will also be under assault as part of this one big ugly bill. And share the stories of hardworking and law-abiding immigrant families who also will be targeted by this one big ugly bill. But I did want to take a little time at this moment to enter into the record some of the statements that have been made, Mr. Speaker, by our Republican colleagues. That I just don't understand. I mean, I am flummoxed by some of these statements. I've always wanted to use that word, y'all.
Gentlemen will suspend. House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping to seek some clarification at some point after I'm able to yield the floor. But I'm still here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people. Because it was totally unacceptable that you would try to jam this bill, Mr. Speaker, down the throats of the American people with 15 minutes allocated for a debate that would hurt everyday Americans, allocated to the committees of jurisdiction. 15 minutes. And so now I'm here with my House Democratic colleagues, 4 hours in, taking our sweet time on behalf of the American people. And I'm flummoxed. Maybe it's flummoxed. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I always wanted to use that word. I can't spell it, but I know what it means. I'm confused by many of these statements, so I'm trying to enter them into the record and then perhaps at some point get some clarification. Talking about Medicaid cuts, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Vice President said these cuts are immaterial. Are you kidding me? Immaterial? I'm perplexed, I'm astonished, I'm confused that someone who sits in the second highest office in the land would say that Medicaid cuts, $1 trillion or so of Medicaid cuts that are in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill are immaterial. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, by the statement that was made by the former Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who, when talking about the Medicaid cuts that millions of Americans have been reaching out to us, pouring into us their heartfelt concerns at the devastating impact that these Medicaid cuts will have on their health, their safety, and their well-being. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, by the statement that Mitch McConnell made. He said, people will get over it. No, Mitch. The American people will not get over it, but they will get even next November. That's what's going to happen because of these cuts being unleashed on the American people. I'm confused, perplexed, astonished, flummoxed by some of these statements. This one is a beauty. In the great state of Iowa, Senator Joni Ernst she showed up at a town hall meeting in Iowa. First of all, I'll give her credit for showing up at a town hall meeting because House Republicans were instructed not to show up at town hall meetings. So she shows up, Mr. Speaker, at a town hall meeting, is questioned about the fact that health care in America, that the Medicaid is a question of life or death. And when asked by one of her constituents about the concern that was had The fact that people will die as a result of the devastating cuts to Medicaid and health care that are in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Senator Ernst says, we're all going to die anyway. Yes, Joni, the American people understand that at some point all of us will transition. But the American people do not deserve to die as a result of the Republican cruelty that is in this legislation. Do not deserve to die as a result of the cruelty that is embedded, Mr. Speaker, in this legislation. Ending Medicaid as we know it, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And as a result of this all-out assault on health care in America, and Mr. Speaker, there are 220 Republicans who I serve with in this Congress, and I wish I had time to go through the impact in all 220 districts. Actually, since I have unlimited time, maybe I do. But, Mr. Speaker, I figured that, I'll start in my home state of New York. Mr. Speaker, in New York's 1st Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman Nick LaLota, approximately 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In New York's 24th Congressional District, Mr. Speaker, represented by our colleague, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, over 30,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In parts of Western New York, an upstate district, New York 23, currently represented by Congressman Nick Langworthy, approximately 35,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care as a result of Trump's one big ugly bill. In New York 17, currently represented by Congressman Mike Lawler, more than 30,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In New York 21, the North Country, represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, welcome back to Congress. I'm sorry it did not work out for you. That's a lesson that should be learned by all those who pledge fealty to the wannabe king.
That's right. That's right.
But I digress. New York's 21st Congressional District, currently represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, approximately 44,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In Long Island, Suffolk County, part of Long Island, currently represented in Nassau County by two amazing colleagues, Tom Swazi and Laura Gillen. But in Suffolk County, New York's 2nd Congressional District, currently represented by Congressman Andrew Garbarino, 48,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In Suffolk County, in New York's 2nd Congressional District, as a result of Trump's one big ugly bill. And in the 11th Congressional District, a district that includes all of Staten Island, a district, Mr. Speaker, currently represented by Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, more than 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill on Staten Island and in New York's 11th Congressional District. I don't think the Wu-Tang Clan would approve of that.
That's right.
It's incredible to me. In district after district after district, Mr. Speaker, represented by my Republican colleagues, so many Americans will stand to lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Now, this is not just a Democratic perspective. We stand by that perspective. We'll continue to articulate that view and forcefully defend the health care of the American people, but it's not just a Democratic perspective. And so I thought that it was important that we enter into the record some of the words, Mr. Speaker, of members of the House Republican Conference who wrote directly to you, Mr. Speaker, in their own words, talking about the challenges of this one big ugly bill. February 19th of this year, in a letter written to the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. The subject line was, "Protecting American Communities in the Budget Reconciliation Process." For all of the American people who may be watching the floor of the House of Representatives right now, that's the process that we're in. It's one big ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, Republicans chose to go down this road because Republicans are uninterested in actually trying to find bipartisan solutions to solving problems on behalf of the American people. And so we're in this budget reconciliation process that can avoid the filibuster in the United States Senate. And Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been uninterested in trying to actually find bipartisan common ground. We're the party of common sense. Let's be clear about that. I'm going to be spending some time on the road talking about what common sense really is all about. Common sense certainly is not taking health care away from the American people. And so in this letter on February 19th, and I got a lot of statements that have been entered into the record, but I figured we'd start with this one. February 19th, Dear Speaker Johnson, as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, that's different than the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus right now is fighting hard on behalf of the health care of the American people. On the Democratic side, that's the call that the real CHC. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is fighting hard on behalf of the American people. But this is a letter as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Mr. Speaker, as you know, these are Republicans here in the House of Representatives. And those who represent sizable Hispanic populations. We are writing to express our concerns regarding possible funding decisions stemming from the House Budget Resolutions Committee instructions advanced on February 13, 2025. Those budget instructions, by the way, were what set this whole toxic process in motion that has resulted in this moment that we find ourselves in right now on the floor of the House of Representatives, connected to this one big ugly bill. And in this letter, it says that while we fully support efforts to rein in wasteful spending and deliver on President Trump's agenda, let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Nothing in this bill is about waste, fraud, and abuse. Nothing is doing anything meaningful about waste, fraud, and abuse. The letter continues, it is imperative that we do not slash programs that support American communities across our nation. It then goes on to say that the House Budget Resolution proposed $880 billion in cuts to programs under the jurisdiction of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, with Medicaid expected to bear the brunt of these reductions. Their words, not our words. Nearly 30% of Medicaid enrollees are Hispanic Americans, and for many families across the country, Medicaid is their only access to health care. Slashing Medicaid would have serious consequences, particularly in rural and predominantly Hispanic communities, where hospitals and nursing homes are already struggling to keep their doors open. Mr. Speaker, these are members of the House Republican Conference warning about the devastating impacts of this one big, ugly bill. It goes on to say that the House Committee on Education and the Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion where federal aid for higher education, such as Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. Once again, let me park right there parenthetically to make the observation. This bill also assaults higher education in the United States of America. That's a disgrace. And Mr. Speaker, members of the House Republican Conference predicted that that would occur. Their words, not our words. House Committee on Education and the Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion where federal aid for higher education, such as Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. Hispanic students make up a significant share of Pell Grant recipients, many of whom are first-generation college students, striving for a better future for themselves, their families, and our nation. If we are serious about empowering the next generation and strengthening our workforce, we must facilitate and not undermine opportunities that help students succeed. Finally, the House Committee on Agriculture has been directed to cut $230 billion. And then, Mr. Speaker, our Republican colleagues go on to write, while we fully support efforts to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse, by the way, that's all fake, we support a federal government that's effective, that's efficient, that's equitable, that eliminates waste, fraud, and abuse. That's not what this bill is all about. But it goes on to say, while we fully support efforts to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse, we must ensure that assistance programs such as SNAP remain protected. I mean, I'm just confused. Remain protected, as nearly 22% of Hispanic families rely on this critical program as a temporary safety net during difficult times. And then this letter concludes, written to you, Mr. Speaker, by the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Hispanic Americans are the future of the Republican Party. I'll reserve judgment on that statement. As House Democrats, we're going to fight for every single community.
That's right.
In the United States of America, including the Hispanic community. Every single community. We want every single community to experience the good life, to afford to be able to live the good life. That's what we want. For every single community, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That's what we want for every community. But the Congressional Hispanic Conference, they write, in closing to you, Mr. Speaker, that these Hispanic Americans are closely watching to see if we will govern in a way that honors their values and delivers results. Just to make sure that appropriate authorship is conferred, I'm going to enter the names of the signatories to this extraordinary letter. Mr. Speaker, Tony Gonzalez, Nicole Maliatakis, Monica De La Cruz, David Valadeo, who represents more Medicaid recipients than any other member of Congress, Juan Ciscomani, Rob Bresnahan, what a beauty, James Moylan, Kimberlyn King Hines. They all signed this letter. And the question that many Americans have to ask right now is that after signing a letter indicating your commitment, Mr. Speaker, to protecting Medicaid and SNAP and access to affordable higher education through Pell Grants, how is it possible that, Mr. Speaker, some of our Republican colleagues will turn around and devastate Medicaid, devastate supplemental nutritional assistance, and devastate the ability of Hispanic communities to achieve the type of upward mobility, in part through higher education, that is talked about in this letter? That letter was written in February. And then we go to March. Can I talk about it? I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people. And so on March 9th, there's a letter that's written to Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith, Mr. Speaker. By my count, 21 Republicans signed this letter. And it's about the importance of the clean energy economy in the United States of America. I would assume, based on this letter, that all of the signatories to this particular piece of correspondence are now horrified by the attack on clean energy jobs, and the clean energy economy in this one big ugly bill. But we'll see shortly, because everyone is going to have to go on record. But in this particular letter, written on March 9th, Mr. Speaker, 21 members of the House Republican Conference write to Chairman Jason Smith. Countless American companies are utilizing sector-wide energy tax credits, many of which have enjoyed broad support in Congress to make major investments in domestic energy production and infrastructure for traditional and renewable energy sources alike. Both our constituencies and the energy industry alike remain concerned about disruptive changes to our nation's energy tax structure. With all this in mind, the letter continues toward the end. We request that any proposed changes to the tax code be conducted in a targeted and pragmatic fashion that promotes conference priorities without undoing current and future private sector investments, which will continue to increase domestic manufacturing, promote energy innovation, and keep utility costs down. I mean, the language that was chosen there is pretty interesting, but the translation is protect the clean energy economy. That's what this letter was all about. Written by my count, 21 House Republicans. Mr. Speaker, Andrew R. Garbarino, Jennifer Kiggins, Juan Ciscomani, Gabe Evans, David Valadeo. What a prolific writer. Mark Amadei, Michael Lawler, Young Kim, Don Bacon, Vince Fong, Jeff Hurd, Tom H. Kane Jr., Nick LaLota, John James, Ryan McKenzie, Rob Bresnahan, Marionette J. Miller Meeks, Earl L. Buddy Carter, Dan Newhouse, Eric Hoshin, and David P. Joyce, all writing in support of a clean energy economy. We as House Democrats, we know that there's an all-of-above approach that is underway right now, but we support wind and solar energy, renewable energy, because renewable energy is cheaper energy. And cheaper energy means reducing the high cost of living for everyday Americans. That's what we as House Democrats support. And yet, I'm perplexed because this letter was written, but the one big ugly bill represents an extraordinary and unprecedented assault on clean energy and cheaper energy in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question, what are those 21 Republicans going to do when it comes to voting for this one big ugly bill? And then we've got another letter in April. So we've got a February letter, a March letter, an April letter. Quite elegant with these letters. April 14th, 2025, this is correspondence written by 13 House Republicans, Mr. Speaker. Written to you and Steve Scalise. Majority Leader written to Tom Emmer. The Majority Whip, and written to Brent Guthrie, the Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee. It says, as members of Congress who helped deliver a Republican majority, many of us representing districts with high rates of constituents who depend on Medicaid, we would like to reiterate our strong support for this program. By the way, a program that the one big ugly bill now will cut and devastate, gut, Mr. Speaker, by almost $1 trillion. In this letter, 13 Republicans say we would like to reiterate our strong support for this program that ensures our constituents have reliable health care. Balancing the federal budget must not come at the expense of those who depend on these benefits for their health and economic security. Mr. Speaker, that's their words, not our words. And then this bill makes an extraordinary declaration. And I think it's important for us to understand who led this bill. David Valadao. These are just facts, Mr. Speaker. Publicly issued letters. David Valadao, Don Bacon, Jeff Van Drew, Rob Bresnahan, Juan Ciscomani, Jen Kiggins, Young Kim, the usual suspects. Robert J. Whitman, Nicole Maliatakis, Nick LaLota, Andrew R. Garbarino, Jeff Hurd, and Michael V. Lawler. By my count, 13 members. And in some of the relevant portions of this letter, it says to strengthen Medicaid, we urge you to prioritize care for our nation's most vulnerable populations. Our constituents are asking for changes to the healthcare system that will strengthen the healthcare workforce offer low-income, working-class families expanded opportunities to save for medical expenses, support rural and underserved communities, and help new mothers. And in the second paragraph of this letter dated April 14th, 2025, Mr. Speaker, these 13 members of the House Republican Conference make this extraordinary representation. It says, however, we cannot and will not support a final reconciliation bill that includes any reduction in Medicaid coverage for vulnerable populations. This bill represents the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. It will devastate vulnerable populations all across America. And so the reality is, all 212 House Democrats are going to stand up and protect the health care of the American people. We're going to protect the Medicaid of the American people against this assault on vulnerable communities. And I'm looking forward to all 13 of you joining us to protect the health care of the American people that you represent. That's the promise, Mr. Speaker, that your Republican colleagues made in this April letter. What's changed? We're looking forward to all 13 Republicans in this letter joining us to protect the Medicaid of the American people. And you know, this SALT issue is also an interesting one. Statement was issued on May 8th from my colleagues in the New York delegation: Elise Stefanik, Andrew Garbarino, Nick LaLota, Mike Lawler. Just facts right now. Big talk about standing up to protect the state and local tax deduction. And what's interesting, let's make sure we set the record straight here. As to what happened to the state and local tax deduction, which impacts millions of hardworking American taxpayers all across the country, including in the districts represented by the individuals that I just named. The state and local tax deduction was decimated, Mr. Speaker, by Donald Trump, House Republicans, and Senate Republicans in 2017 in connection with the GOP tax scam that callously and unnecessarily imposed a $10,000 cap, wiping away thousands of dollars a year for hardworking American taxpayers. Republicans did that. Mr. Speaker, let's set the record straight. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are people in this chamber claiming to be saviors. Saving what? From the devastation that Republicans have wrought? by decimating the state and local tax deduction? And you know what's interesting about this is that people who are against this claim that the state and local tax deduction is subsidizing states in certain places to the detriment of others. But every single state that suffered from the Republican effort, Mr. Speaker, under Donald Trump's presidency in 2017 to decimate the state and local tax deduction, every single state is a donor state, sends more money to the federal government than we ever get back in return. A donor state. Some people in this town running around misrepresenting the facts. We're okay to be a donor state, but don't lie to the American people about the reality of the state and local tax deduction. And then you have this extraordinary statement on May 8th, big talk, no action. I guess in Texas they say all hat, no cattle. And so that brings us to this letter that was written prolific writers, Mr. Speaker, in the House Republican Conference. On June 6th, I'm really confused by this combination of this particular letter, followed by an interesting statement that was made after the Senate passed Donald Trump's One Big Ugly Bill by Lisa Murkowski. And maybe somebody, Mr. Speaker, can help me reconcile these statements. Because all of us in the House and in the Senate were independently elected to stand up on behalf of our constituents in the chambers that we serve in. I'm going to get back to that point momentarily. So in the House, we passed this One Big Ugly Bill initially in late May. It devastated Medicaid, devastated nutritional assistance, devastated the clean energy economy that actually is benefiting red state after red state after red state in the United States of America. And so members of the House Republican Conference wrote to Majority Leader Thune and Chairman Crapo. This is after passing a bill in the House of Representatives that devastated the clean energy tax cuts that they are talking about in this letter on June 6th. It says, as members of the House Republican Conference, we write to express our continued support for common sense energy policy and to urge the Senate to substantively and strategically improve clean energy tax credit provisions included in the House-passed reconciliation bill. I mean, what is happening right now? Maybe I don't understand the legislative process. So in this letter, it goes on to say, in relationship to a bill that every single signatory signed and voted for. Our position has always been that the energy tax code should be modernized in a way that promotes fiscal responsibility and business certainty. Fully realizing that balance requires improvements to the House-passed version of H.R. 1. We believe that the Senate now has a critical opportunity to restore common sense and deliver a truly pro-energy growth final bill that protects taxpayers while also unleashing the potential of U.S. energy producers, manufacturers, and workers. In other words, every single one of these signatories, Jen Kiggins, Brian Fitzpatrick, Juan Ciscomani, Nick LaLota, Mike Lawler, Andrew Garbarino, Don Bacon, Mark Amadei, Gabe Evans, Young Kim, David Valadeo, Rob Bresnahan, and Thomas H. Kane, Jr. Every single one of these signatories voted for a House bill that undermined the clean energy economy, noted that it would hurt their own constituents, voted for the bill anyway, and then begged the Senate to make a difference. That's not how we should be legislating in the United States House of Representatives. That's not how you legislate, particularly when every single House Democrat voted against the bill. It left the House, limped out of the House by a single vote. So every single signatory on this letter could have stopped the bill that you yourself, Mr. Speaker, indicated the signatories of this letter damaged the very thing they claim to be fighting for. I'm confused, perplexed, flummoxed at what the heck is going on. Extraordinary. I mean, I'm just overwhelmed by the amount of correspondence. I had to just pick out the ones that were most extraordinary to make sure that they were entered into the record. The most recent one on the subject of Medicaid was written on June 24th. It was directed to the Honorable John Thune, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives. I think it had, by my count, 16 members. No surprise, y'all. It was authored by David Valadeo. I mean, these letters can make up a book, Mr. Speaker. David Valadeo, Juan Ciscomani, Rob Bresnahan. Mr. Speaker, these are just facts. Chuck Edwards, Young Kim, Andrew Garbarino, Mike Lawler, Jen Kiggins, the gang is all here again. Jeff Van Drew, Don Bacon, Dan Newhouse, Zach Nunn, Robert J. Whitman, Nicole Maliatakis, Marionette J. Miller Meeks, and Jeff Hurd. 16 members, Mr. Speaker, of the House Republican Conference, in a letter written to you, Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable John Thune, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, on June 24th, and here's the most extraordinary statement that was written in this letter. In the second to last paragraph, I think we call that the penultimate paragraph. In the second to last paragraph, it says, protecting Medicaid is essential for the vulnerable constituents we were elected to represent. Therefore, we cannot support a final bill that threatens access to coverage or jeopardizes the stability of our hospitals and providers. Mr. Speaker, 16 members of the House Republican Conference, who just a few days ago made clear on the record that they will not support devastating cuts to Medicaid. 16 members. All we need, Mr. Speaker, are 4 Republicans from this group to join us, and we can stop these devastating cuts to Medicaid. Join us. Join us. Join us. We welcome you with open arms into the warm embrace of members of Congress who are here to protect the health care of the American people. Just 4 y'all, we welcome you with open arms into the warm embrace of members of Congress determined to protect the health care of the American people. All we need are 4. And so many of y'all are on record. So as I conclude this section of this particular presentation, and we still got some ground to cover, we're going to continue as House Democrats to take our sweet time on behalf of the American people, because the issues are too significant to ever walk away from. I just want to turn to a statement that was issued by Senator Lisa Murkowski. I want to give some love to the other side of the Capitol. And again, Mr. Speaker, these are just the words that were issued. I'm not even trying to characterize the words. But the American people need to hear these words from the people that were sent to Congress to protect their interests. Senator Lisa Murkowski says this was one of the hardest votes I have taken during my time in the Senate. Let me just editorialize there briefly. This should not be a hard vote, Senator Murkowski. This should be a hell no vote on behalf of the people you were sent to Washington to represent. It's a hell no vote for us because we're standing up on behalf of the American people. It should be a hell no vote. But, Mr. Speaker, these are the words. Senator Murkowski says this was one of the hardest votes I have taken during my time in the Senate. And then she keeps it real. As far as I can tell, she says, but let's not kid ourselves. This has been an awful process. Mr. Speaker, those are the words of a Republican senator, not us. This has been an awful process, a frantic rush to meet an artificial deadline that has tested every limit of this institution. While we have worked to improve the present bill for Alaska, it is not good enough for the rest of our nation. And we all know it. Yes, Senator Murkowski, we all know this one big, ugly bill will devastate everyday Americans across this country. And yet, in the concluding paragraph, this comes after Senator Murkowski voted for this bill, the deciding vote in the United States Senate, says, my sincere hope is that this is not the final product. This bill needs more work across chambers and is not ready for the president's desk. We need to work together to get this right. So let me get this straight. I think the number was 16 House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, vote for a bill they know will hurt the communities, Mr. Speaker, that they represent. Vote for the bill anyway, when any one of them could have stopped this bill from ever leaving the House of Representatives, and then write a letter to the senators in the other side of the Capitol saying, fix this bill. When any single one of them could have stopped the bill dead in its tracks. And then Senator Murkowski, in her chamber, turns out to be the deciding vote for a bill that she says, Mr. Speaker, is not good enough for the rest of the nation, and we all know it, votes for it anyway, and then begs the House to fix the bill. That is not how the people's business should be done in the United States Congress. We have a responsibility to stand up for what is right and stand up for what is right in the chamber that we serve in. That's what we should all be doing. And so our House Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have one last opportunity to join us as Democrats, every single Democrat who's going to stand up and protect the health care of the American people, stand up and protect the nutritional assistance of the American people, stand up and protect our farmers, stand up and protect our veterans, stand up and protect the clean energy economy, stand up to protect our public schools. Every single one of my House Republican colleagues have the opportunity now in this chamber, not the other chamber, in this chamber, to join us as Democrats and stand up for what is right. The eyes of America are watching. Started this process, Mr. Speaker, 3:28 in the morning, this debate. Took to the House floor, maybe an hour and a half after that. And we still have a lot to say. On behalf of the American people. For such a time as this, every single one of us have an opportunity to stand up for what is right here in the United States of America. I want to speak for just a few moments about some of the people who've been targeted in a callous way by this administration, some of the stories that need to be told on behalf of the American people. I mentioned, of course, Mr. Speaker, throughout this process, we have been thankful for the stories shared by everyday Americans who went to bed last night fearing the worst and have woken up this morning horrified by Donald Trump's one big ugly bill that will hurt everyday Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks that will serve to devastate the social safety net and explode our nation's debt. And so I want to tell a few stories on behalf of our nation's veterans who've also written to us to share their concerns with this one big ugly bill. Victoria from Arizona wrote to us, Mr. Speaker, said, "My husband and I are patriots. We are both Army veterans who were disabled as a result of our service. We have 5 children and run a small electrical contracting business. We live on a fixed income and, like most families, have struggled with rising costs. One of our sons is adopted. He is a wonderful, loving 7-year-old who has autism and ADHD. He qualifies for Medicaid because he was adopted, and it has been the saving grace for his health and well-being. Medicaid is the reason we were able to get his formal diagnosis of his autism and ADHD. It also covers his regular doctor's visits and dental care. We use Medicaid to access in-home therapy for him, and it was a huge help. Slashing Medicaid will have especially dire consequences for rural communities like ours. Forcing hospitals to close. Health resources are already slim in our area. And in this Army veteran rights, President Trump is causing enormous stress and hardship for families like mine. He and his billionaire friends don't need more tax breaks. It's outrageous. The last thing we should even be considering is cutting Medicaid. These programs are lifelines. We agree with you, Victoria. She lives in Arizona's 6th Congressional District. District, Mr. Speaker, currently represented by Congressman Juan Ciscomani. Troy, another veteran, lives in California, Mr. Speaker. Lives in a district currently represented by Jay Obernalte. That's California's 23rd congressional district, I believe. He writes to us and says, I was in the U.S. Army and went to Kosovo in 2001, Iraq in 2003 and 2005. I depend on the VA as I am too disabled to work. I depend on VA health care. My children are now on Medicaid. I have worked from when I was 14 years old to 42. I am suffering from long COVID. And until I can return to work, I need help from the American people. I have had your backs. Time for you to cover my back. Writes Troy. Mr. Speaker, I need NIH's help. Now is the time to stand up for all Americans. Stop the assault on the VA, NIH, Medicaid, and the rest of Americans. We agree with you, Troy. It's time to stop the assault on the American people. Stop the assault that is represented in this one big, ugly bill. Christy, another veteran, wrote to us and says, I was drafted in 1970. My choice was incarceration or militarization. So I enlisted in the Navy and became a Navy corpsman serving on the USS Long Beach, CGN-9, and her Marine detachment, where I was assigned to the 3rd Marines, 1st Medical Battalion. I was blessed. I lived through 2 tours, giving medical care to my shipmates. Every other day, I was assigned to flight ops to transfer or pick up the wounded and dead Marines from shore to ships waiting offshore about 8 miles. I hated the smells of war. This veteran writes. Death and misery were my constant companions. The war left me unsettled, mentally and morally corrupt. For 50 years, I have suffered with my PTSD, which went undiagnosed for years. After 12 years of VA therapy and working hard for my soul to be repaired, I find myself living alone and isolating from others. And I am one of the lucky ones thanks to the care I have received from the VA. Veterans pouring out their heart and their soul, sharing their anxiety with all of us, urging this Congress to do something, to stand up on behalf of the veterans who are going to be hurt by this one big ugly bill, devastated by this one big ugly bill. We also heard, Mr. Speaker, from Timothy, who I believe may have written to us from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He says, "My name is Timothy. And for the past 5 years, I have worked at the Department of Housing and Urban Development in field policy and management, a Department of Housing and Urban Development that was once led so ably by our former colleague, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, and now has been taken in a very different direction." Timothy writes, "In this role, I've educated the community about HUD's programs such as FHA loans and housing counseling that allow people to purchase homes, affordable rental housing that help people pay their rent, and homeless services that help people find shelter and leave the streets. I have worked with internal data that focused on improving our programs. Most recently, I worked with a team that hired people from housing authorities and Job Corps with the goal of providing people a career and a way off government assistance. Those incredible people, along with myself, have been fired by Elon Musk's Doge. My entire professional career, I've taken jobs that I considered bigger than me. I served in the military, both enlisted and as an officer. I deployed. And I'm now a disabled vet with a rating of 90%. After the military, I focused on giving back and challenging myself in a way while continuing a job that was bigger than myself, so I joined the Peace Corps. Served in Ukraine for years, working as a youth development volunteer. Now as a HUD employee, I'm being fired by an unelected official and being called lazy by my president. I want to know why Elon Musk has this power and authority and why our elected officials are not doing more to stop it. I have served this country and the government my entire life because I love my country. Why is this happening? Tim writes to us. That is such an important question, Mr. Speaker. Why is this happening in the United States of America? Why are we living in a country where this administration has launched an all-out assault on veterans in the United States of America, firing veterans like Tim in the United States of America, jeopardizing services from the VA, earned benefits that these veterans are entitled to because of their extraordinary service. Men and women in uniform who serve this country, Mr. Speaker, benefits that they've earned, and now find themselves in the legislative line of fire from their own government, their own country, and stand to be hurt in such an extraordinary way by this extreme Republican budget, this one big, ugly bill. We're here on the House floor, Mr. Speaker, to say to Tim and every single veteran who put on the uniform, every single man and woman who served this country, we will not abandon you in your hour of need. Right. We're going to stand up for every single veteran in this great country and make sure that the veterans of the United States of America are treated with the dignity and respect that you deserve. That is our promise to each and every veteran in the United States of America, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we stand in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill.
Yes, right.
An all-out assault here in the United States of America, an extraordinary assault. An assault on the economy, an assault on our veterans, an assault on farm country, an assault on healthcare, an assault on nutritional assistance. And of course, this one big ugly bill and the Trump administration, I wish it was not so. Because at the beginning of this Congress, Mr. Speaker, I stood right where you stand right now and said in my first remarks to this Congress and the American people that as Democrats, we were prepared to find common ground on any issue to make a difference in the lives of the American people we all represent. But then, Mr. Speaker, beginning on January 20th, a flood of extremism, the likes of which have never before been seen in the United States of America, has been unleashed on the American people. An all-out assault on the American way of life. An assault on small businesses that is underway here in the United States of America. We should all recognize that small businesses represent the heart and soul of the American economy. And if we're going to stand up for any group of people here in the United States of America, in addition to our veterans, our men and women in uniform, And I'm proud that I stand here as the son of someone who once wore the uniform. My father, he's in heaven right now. Marlon Jeffries grew up in Newark. His nickname was Pudding. One of my regrets is that I never got to ask him, how did he get the nickname Pudding? But he left Newark as a high school graduate and put the uniform on, enlisted in the Air Force, and served in Germany during the Cold War. We have to stand up for our veterans, stand up for small businesses. And we've heard a lot throughout this process about concerns from small business entrepreneurs here in the United States of America. I've heard from Mercedes, lives in the great state of Colorado. Mercedes writes, "My husband and I are the owners of a small business. Without the ACA, my family would not be able to afford health insurance. My daughter also receives free dental coverage as a result of the ACA. I still have major issues with our healthcare system, but at least we have health insurance. My mother, who is retired, also receives benefits from Medicaid in addition to her Medicare. She would not be able to afford health insurance or dental insurance due to the fact she lives on a fixed income. Any cuts to these programs would be detrimental to our health and welfare as a family." I want to thank Mercedes for reaching out and sharing her story, because it helps to put to bed the lie that's been told, Mr. Speaker, by some people in this town. That the people, the everyday Americans who are participating in, have access to programs like the Affordable Care Act, are unworthy, aren't hardworking American taxpayers. They are hardworking American taxpayers. A group of people that real leaders in this country, beginning in modern American history, as I illustrated earlier from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt all the way through our most recent president, who we served with in the last Congress, have recognized that we have a sacred obligation to stand up for everyday Americans who are struggling right now, including our small business entrepreneurs, the heart and soul of the American economy, who right now are dealing with such economic uncertainty because of the erratic, reckless, and dangerous Trump tariffs that have unleashed so much chaos and uncertainty, raising costs for small business owners all across the country, undermining their ability to fully achieve their entrepreneurial dreams. This is not who we should be in the United States of America. Small business owners under assault by this administration. And there's a target on the back of many of these small business owners as a result of this one big, ugly bill. Janice wrote to us. She's from the great state of Michigan, the heartland of our country. So thankful to all the members of the Michigan delegation and what they represent. Janice, however, she resides, Mr. Speaker, in the 7th Congressional District, represented by Congressman Tom Barrett. Says that small business owner, mother, ACA recipient in Michigan, who recently spoke about how Trump's tariffs would potentially force her to close her business, which has given her family a livelihood for a decade and helped put 2 children through college. I just don't understand why Trump thinks putting tariffs will help American businesses. It's not. She writes, it's going to decimate us. People like us will be hit the hardest. But then Janice shows the great resolve of the American people, the great spirit of resilience of the American people, the refusal to run away from difficult circumstances. Janice writes, people like us will be hit the hardest. But Janice then writes, I refuse to call it quits. I won't give in to him. Janice, neither will House Democrats. Not now, not ever. We will never give in to this type of extremism as being unleashed on the American people. We will continue to stand up for you. One last small business owner that I'd like to mention. So many who've written to us, whose stories I want to be able to share, but let me perhaps go back to the Big Apple, the great state of New York. But let me also say to the American people, one of the ways in which we've received all of these stories, and we urge you to continue to share these stories from all across the land. You can share your story with us at democraticleader.house.gov/share your story. democraticleader.house.gov/share your story. We want to hear from the American people as to how we can best represent your interests on this day and on all days moving forward, because your stories are powerful. Your stories will continue to give us the resolve to fight for an America that's fair and just, in America where every single person can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good retirement, and of course a good education for your children. That's not too much to ask in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Work hard, play by the rules, and every single American should be able to afford to live the good life. But we know that in this country, far too many people are living paycheck to paycheck. Far too many small business entrepreneurs living paycheck to paycheck. And justifiably expect better from this government. We should be working hard in a bipartisan way to make their life better, not unleashing shock, awe, and pain on the American people. That's what this one big ugly bill will do. Devastate everyday Americans. Linda writes to us, a small business owner. I believe she's from the North Country. Lives in New York's 21st Congressional District, Mr. Speaker. Linda's a flower farmer and flower importer in upstate New York. Small business has been impacted by Trump's tariffs on products being imported from Western Europe, the Netherlands, I believe. The economic strain and uncertainty imposed by the tariffs on small business owners operating on slim margins has caused Linda and her customers to incur additional expenses. Linda tells us, Mr. Speaker, everything was going really well until the tariffs. And now she worries the business will go bankrupt and be forced to close if the tariffs stay in place. How is it that we're living in America where President Trump, Mr. Speaker, and House Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States, promised to lower costs on day one. But costs aren't going down, they're going up. And as a result of these Trump tariffs are now at risk of experiencing thousands of dollars per year in additional costs. And there is nothing in this one big ugly bill that is going to meaningfully make the lives of everyday Americans, of hardworking American taxpayers, of working class folks, of middle class folks, of all those Americans who aspire to be part of the middle class, of the poor and the sick and the afflicted. Nothing in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill that will meaningfully make their life more affordable. An all-out assault on the economy. We're dealing with an all-out assault on health care, on Medicaid, on the Affordable Care Act, on the Children's Health Insurance Program. All-out assault on the care, Mr. Speaker, being provided by Planned Parenthood, the medical care being provided by Planned Parenthood that is jeopardized in this very bill. All-out assault on hungry children, on hungry veterans, and on hungry seniors, millions of people who will lose their nutritional assistance, will go hungry. Food is being ripped out of their mouths by this one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, that so many of my Republican colleagues seem prepared to support, notwithstanding their prior statements on the record to the contrary. All-out assault on veterans, an all-out assault represented in this bill on small business owners and entrepreneurs who are the heart and soul of our economy. And this bill also represents an all-out assault on law-abiding immigrant families. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to tell their stories as well. We're going to tell their stories. We're going to tell their stories. Because what's happening in this country, an all-out assault on law-abiding immigrant families, is unconscionable, unacceptable, and it's un-American. Because this is a country that should continue to pride itself as a nation anchored in the rule of law, and at the same time, a nation anchored in our journey as one of immigrants from all over the world. And we should never abandon that journey. We're approaching the 249th birthday of this great country, this exceptional country. And I believe, and we can go directly, if necessary, Mr. Speaker, to the words that were initially issued by Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence. And he went through a whole series of indictments against the king. That America, 13 colonies, which became the 13 states, were working hard to break free from. I mentioned earlier the Declaration of Independence, and of course some of the aspirational aspects of it. There are really two parts, as I can tell. I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm thankful for the constitutional scholars that serve in this Congress. No one more constitutional and more scholarly than my friend and colleague, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, who continues to lead the charge, standing up for the Constitution here in the United States of America. But as I read the Declaration of Independence, there seem to be two parts to it. There's the aspirational part, Mr. Speaker, of the Declaration of Independence. Of course, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We understand that now in a more enlightened way, all men, all women, all children, all of God's children created equally. That they are entitled to certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so we spent a little time talking about what that could look like, our commitment to bringing about the American dream, the good life for every single person in this country, everybody. Work hard, play by the rules. You should be able to afford the good life in the United States of America. That's what we're going to continue to work on. Bring the American dream to life, consistent with that aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, the life, the liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But then, as far as I can tell, there was also a second interesting part of the Declaration. It was the indictment against the king. And I commend everyone in this chamber, all of the American people who may be observing the proceedings in the House of Representatives, particularly as we approach July 4th, to read that Declaration of Independence. Perhaps I may even enter it into the record later on today. Because we're here, Mr. Speaker, to take our sweet time on behalf of the American people, to make sure as best we can, to cover all of the things that as Democrats we're fighting hard to defend during this extraordinary moment of assault directed at the American people as a result of this one big, ugly bill that will hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks and then exploding the deficit and the debt in ways that will jeopardize the future of our children and our grandchildren. But the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, of course, that is often famously quoted. But then if you read other parts of the Declaration of Independence, extraordinarily written document, it reads like an indictment against the extremism of the king. It reads like an indictment against the kings. I think of King George. It reads like an indictment against King George's flood the zone strategy. It reads like an indictment against King George's shock and awe strategy. It reads like an indictment against what I think may have been called Project 1775, which is what brought us to Project 1776. And you look at this indictment, and one of the things it alludes to, it talks about, is the notion of the king's effort to stop the assimilation of people from other parts of the world into the United States of America. So we understand that from the very beginning of this great country, there was a recognition, of course, of the importance of immigration to the success and vitality of the United States of America. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, so there's no misrepresentation. As House Democrats, we understand the importance, the urgency of securing the border. We believe that our immigration system is broken and that it should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. So many leaders in that effort, so many big ideas were willing to partner in a bipartisan way. Pramila Jayapal, Linda Sanchez, Adriano Espaillat, Tom Suozzi, so many others. Veronica Escobar, we want to partner to fix our broken immigration system in a bipartisan and comprehensive way, secure our border. But we're also going to make sure we stand up for our nation's heritage, a nation of immigrants, which continues to this very day. It's an important part of American exceptionalism, and as far as I can tell, in my reading of the original document, the writings of the founders of this great country, the framers of the Constitution, they recognized it from the very beginning. They weren't perfect. We didn't have a perfect start. But of course, as the preamble to the United States Constitution set forth, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Mr. Speaker, we've been set on this magical course, our march toward a more perfect union. And the immigration journey has always been an important part of the American journey. That's why it's heartbreaking to see some of the things that are happening in the country right now. The targeting in such an extraordinary way of law-abiding immigrant families, including American citizens. How can this be in the United States of America? Some people who might suggest that we should stay away from these stories. No, I'm going to lean into this part of the American journey because we support our heritage as a nation of immigrants. And we're going to stand up for dreamers, stand up for farm workers, stand up for law-abiding immigrant families all across this country. U.S. citizen children have been deported, Mr. Speaker. Is this who we've become in the United States of America? How can this be? This is extraordinary. 2-year-old American named Manu Borges Santos was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in September of 2022. February, she was taken into custody in Florida alongside her mother and father, both of whom were undocumented. And as a result of this situation, 2-year-old Manu was deported to Brazil. Because of the Trump administration, Manu, a U.S. citizen, only 2 years old, is now effectively stateless. Manu is not a citizen or resident of Brazil. She's a 2-year-old girl, an American citizen. Removed from her homeland, but can't get legal status in her parents' ancestral home. And as a result of her inability to get citizenship down in South America, because she's an American citizen, she has no right to routine pediatric checkups, even though Brazil has a public health system, cannot easily enroll in daycare, and finds herself in an untenable situation. I think we are better than this. We've got to find a better way, because I thought this administration promised, Mr. Speaker, to target violent felons, not 2-year-old American citizens. That's unacceptable, as far as I can tell, in the United States of America. Target violent felons all you want. We support that. They should be deported. But why are resources being spent targeting 2-year-old American children? That's not American. And I don't believe the American people support that, Mr. Speaker. That's not what this country should be all about. Manu wasn't the only one. The only American citizen who's been targeted by the deportation machine, a deportation machine that will be unleashed on steroids by this one big ugly bill. We know that, in fact, is the case. That's not hyperbole. It's not a hypothetical. It's not hype. J.D. Vance told us the other day, don't worry about the cuts to Medicaid. Don't worry about the fact that this is the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Don't worry about the fact that millions of Americans, more than 17 million Americans, will lose their health care, and many more will experience higher premiums, copays, and deductibles, whose life will measurably get worse as a result of this one big ugly bill. Vice President J.D. Vance said, don't worry about that, because it's all about the deportation machine that's not targeting violent felons. Apparently, much of what has been unleashed on the American people targeting American citizens, like a 2-year-old American girl with the initials VML, who was deported alongside her mother and sister to Honduras without any meaningful due process. VML was taken into custody by ICE on April 22nd. April 22nd happens to be the birthday of my mom. I love you, Miss Lanita Jeffries. If you're watching right now, I love you. My younger brother and I, we thank you for what you did, for your sacrifice in raising us, to try to be the best citizens that we can be. VML was taken into custody by ICE on April 22nd while attending a routine check-in at a New Orleans immigration office with her mother. VML undocumented mother had no criminal history. And had she been allowed due process, they could have contested the removal. Instead, this 2-year-old American citizen was never given a chance to exercise her rights by the Trump administration. That is not who we are. We are better than this in the United States of America. Carlos or Carrie Lopez Alvarado, a U.S. citizen, arrested while she was 9 months pregnant, masked men wearing Border Patrol uniforms, followed by a white truck into a building's private parking in the city of Hawthorne. In that truck was Carrie's partner, Brian. When she tried asking questions about who the agents were and what authority they had to arrest her partner, she was arrested. And Carrie, an American citizen, recounted that they started grabbing me from both sides, and I ducked down to sort of shield my stomach because I was afraid. An American citizen, afraid that they were going to hurt me. She told them her due date. She was 9 months pregnant. Apparently, these CBP officers responded, "Okay, your baby is going to be born here, but you're from Mexico, right?" They were wrong. They were detaining an American citizen. This is what has been unleashed on the American people. One last story that I feel compelled to share on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I still got some ground to cover.
Take your time. Take your time.
This is where we have to be.
On a few other issues of importance to the American people, but one last story that I think needs to be shared, Mr. Speaker, in connection with this issue. This received some attention, some notoriety. Americans were horrified, should be horrified. All of us should be horrified. I'll never forget the journey that we were originally on, set forth, spoken to by the founders of this country. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. How can we forget that at this moment in time? One last story in this area that I feel compelled to share, Mr. Speaker. Story of Narciso Barranco, 48-year-old undocumented landscaper who has been in the United States since the 1990s and has no criminal record. Here's the thing that got me about this story. caused me to ask the question about this particular moment, the type of deportation machine that has been unleashed on the American people. Narciso, this landscaper, raised 3 American sons, all of whom became Marines, 2 of whom are currently, Mr. Speaker, on active duty Marines. His sons, juggling their military assignments, have been trying to deal with the costs and the paperwork required to adjust their father's immigration status through parole in place, a program which allows undocumented members of military families to apply for a green card. But these men in uniform, juggling their military assignments, had not gotten there yet. So after 3 decades, living, working, and raising a family of patriots in the United States, Narciso was violently arrested while he was mowing the grass at an IHOP restaurant. We don't have to speculate as to whether this was true or not. In a video captured of the incident, you see he was sprayed with pepper gas. He was detained on the ground. He was not resisting. And he was hit repeatedly in the head by masked federal agents while he was on the ground. Let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Seems to me that every other law enforcement professional in the United States of America has to disclose their identity in a way that is identifiable. These masks need to come down. They need to come down. They need to come down. These agents should just be held to the same set of standards as every other law enforcement officer in the United States of America. And if you don't understand the righteousness of that position, just study the case of Narciso. His oldest son, a Marine veteran, said in an interview, what we weren't prepared for and didn't prep him for was these guys attacking him. We never expected anything like that. We expected these guys to act professionally. And up to the standards of the United States government. Are masked, armed federal agents who beat people on the ground really the standards the United States government should be standing by? Are these the types of actions, Mr. Speaker, that House Republicans endorse and support? This is not the way that anyone in the United States of America should be treated, particularly the father of 3 patriotic Marines. No one should be treated this way, but certainly not the father of 3 patriotic Marines in the United States of America. It's outrageous. It's out of control. And it's completely and totally unacceptable.
Take your time.
Unacceptable.
Take your time.
Unacceptable here in the United States of America. We are better than this. Better than this. Mr. Speaker, I've talked about the aspirational vision that we have for a country where everybody can afford to live the good life and work hard, play by the rules, experience the American dream, live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement. That's not too much to ask in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, a great country, an exceptional country, as Abraham Lincoln once observed in a speech in the chamber of the House of Representatives. America, the last best hope of Earth. Spent a little time talking about the type of things, the type of America that we should be working hard in a bipartisan way to bring about, and spent some time critiquing this one big, ugly bill. And it's not like Republicans, Mr. Speaker, weren't given every opportunity to try to address the concerns that we have raised. I'm thankful for my colleagues in all of the committees of jurisdiction who worked hard, pulling all-nighters, offering amendments to try to improve this one big, ugly bill. We've actually introduced throughout this process, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of amendments. Just yesterday, before the Rules Committee, hundreds of amendments. And before that, in late May, when the initial bill was being debated in a marathon session before the Rules Committee, more than 125 or so Democrats offering more than 500 different amendments to improve this bill, to stand up for the American people. Doing so over and over and over again throughout this process. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the American people to understand what exactly House Republicans have rejected. What changes have House Republicans rejected to this one big, ugly bill? We repeatedly tried to offer an amendment, both in rules and on the House floor on behalf of the American people, to strike every single provision that would cause the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in history, which will result in 17 million people or more losing health coverage and jeopardizing nutritional benefits for about 42 million Americans who might otherwise go hungry. Republicans voted down that amendment. I believe it was Representative Amelia Sykes had an amendment to strike the Medicaid cuts in the bill, to prevent millions of people from losing their health insurance, and to stop hospitals and nursing homes from shutting their doors. Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Judy Chu had an amendment striking cuts to the Affordable Care Act. Cuts that are in this one big ugly bill that will cause millions of everyday Americans to lose their health insurance or experience having their costs go up. Mr. Speaker, you know that Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Lauren Underwood from the great state of Illinois had an amendment, and I wish I could go through all of the amendments that have been introduced, but I'm going to highlight as many as I can. Representative Lauren Underwood had an amendment to ensure that people who get their insurance through the ACA, Obamacare, will not see their premiums increase. As I mentioned earlier, that as a result of this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, premiums, copays, and deductibles are going to go up for millions of Americans. Many will lose coverage. And so this amendment was introduced to ensure that people who get their insurance through the ACA will not see their premiums increase this year, which is expected to cause 5 million people to lose coverage. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Kelly Morrison had an amendment that strikes the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which provides access to life-saving cancer screenings and reproductive health care. Now, last year, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, promised that reproductive health care, reproductive freedom was a state issue. President Trump promised that reproductive health care, reproductive freedom was a state issue. And yet in this bill, there's a backdoor attack on reproductive freedom. By targeting health care, preventative health care, that Planned Parenthood provides to millions of people all across this country. Representative Kelly Morrison had an amendment that strikes the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which provides access to life-saving cancer screenings along with reproductive health care. Republicans voted that down. Let me pause there parenthetically just to make one observation on this issue of reproductive freedom. What we're seeing right now in the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans unleashing a march toward a nationwide abortion ban. That's what's going on right now. What does this provision have to do with making life more affordable for everyday Americans? Nothing. This is all part of a right-wing ideological extreme effort to undermine reproductive freedom in the United States of America. Let me make something clear, Mr. Speaker. House Democrats believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, a decision that should be between a woman, her family, her faith, and her doctors. That's it, period, full stop. And we will continue to fight for reproductive freedom in the United States of America. And we will not rest, Mr. Speaker, until the Women's Health Protection Act becomes the law of the land here in the United States of America. Big difference between us and them. Big difference. Mr. Speaker, Representative Johanna Hayes introduced an amendment to strike all provisions that would cut food assistance for children, seniors, and veterans. Republicans voted that down. How cruel. How cruel. Representative Shontel Brown had an amendment to strike burdensome red tape requirements that threaten nutritional assistance for millions of Americans and their families. Republicans voted that down. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, this notion that Republicans are trying to spin to the American people that the attack on nutritional assistance, imposing these paperwork requirements, or as Frank Pallone would say, red tape requirements, that's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think common sense suggests to us it has nothing to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Speaker, I made clear earlier that as House Democrats, we believe that as custodians of taxpayer dollars, we need to make sure that we are spending that money efficiently, effectively, and equitably. And that we are committed to eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse wherever it may be found. I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this bill, this appears to be part of the deal that was negotiated by the senator from Alaska, is that the states apparently that have the highest error rates with respect to supplemental nutritional assistance are shielded from the initial impact of the nutritional assistance cuts. Let's think about that for a moment. How can it be that Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are claiming that this bill has anything to do with waste, fraud, and abuse, and yet the states with the highest error rate, as Republicans during the Rules Committee acknowledged under questioning from Jim McGovern and Mary Gay Scanlon and Joe Neguse and Teresa Leger Fernandez, acknowledged that the states with the highest error rates actually shielded from the initial impact of the cuts to supplemental nutritional assistance. Angie Craig pointed this out. It exposes, in my view, the lie being told, Mr. Speaker, by some in this town that this effort, this one big, ugly bill, is somehow about combating waste, fraud, and abuse. One of the reasons why we know common sense dictates that this one big, ugly bill has nothing to do with meaningfully going after waste, fraud, and abuse is that, on average, SNAP beneficiaries receive $6 per day to try to help them not go hungry, to try to make sure that veterans and children and seniors don't go hungry. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the American people to process. That's what SNAP on average provides, $6 per day. At the same time, Elon Musk, his federal contracts, as we understand it, amount to $8 million per day. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse in the United States of America, start there. $8 million per day. Start right there. Don't take it, don't rip it from the mouths of children, seniors, or veterans. If Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse, start right there with Elon Musk. And we'll join you. We'll welcome you into the warm embrace of the House Democratic Caucus to target waste, fraud, and abuse. Start right there. You can start right there, Mr. Speaker. Start right there. Ranking members Jim McGovern and Bobby Scott had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to prohibit the bill from going into effect unless cuts to Medicaid and SNAP would not result in fewer families being eligible for free school meals. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We can't find a way to stand up for school meals, for school breakfast, for school lunch. That's just cruel.
Very cruel.
It is callous. It's a corrupt perversion of this process, targeting, as this one big ugly bill does, school children, hungry school children in the United States of America. Speaker, Representative Mike Thompson had an amendment that would have ensured Americans would not see their energy costs go up, and to protect the millions of good-paying jobs that this bill will eliminate, because this one big ugly bill puts a target on the backs of the clean energy economy, on clean energy jobs, which result in cheaper energy and lower costs for the American people. We were told by President Donald Trump when he was on the campaign trail, costs would go down on day one. He was going to focus, we were told, on lowering the high cost of living in the United States of America. That's not what this bill does. And we know it, because 21 House Republicans made that clear in a letter that I cited earlier that's now part of this public record. Representative Mike Thompson, supported by others, had an amendment. All of these amendments co-sponsored by members all across the gorgeous mosaic of the House Democratic Caucus. We're proud of the fact that we look like we represent in the most intimate way possible, consistent with John Adams' original vision of the House of Representatives, that the House should be a portrait of the American people. That's what we represent. We're proud of that fact. The gorgeous mosaic of the American people. That's what we're all about. In the most intimate way possible. That's why we love the House. And what the House is supposed to represent. The best of the House, not what we're seeing on the floor right now. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down the amendment introduced by Representative Mike Thompson that was designed to ensure that Americans would not see their energy costs go up. It was also designed to protect the good-paying American jobs that were part of both the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. And so this amendment was designed to lift up the principle of actually trying to create good-paying union jobs that actually allow people to provide a comfortable living in the United States of America. Amongst this all-out assault that we are witnessing in the United States is an all-out assault on organized labor. An assault on collective bargaining, an assault on the freedom to negotiate. What's the difference, Mr. Speaker, between us and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I think one of the things that is a clear difference, Mr. Speaker, is that we believe, we recognize that in connection with this journey, work hard, play by the rules, imagine and dare to dream the ability to live the good life, to experience the American dream. An American dream that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. Educate your children. Purchase a home. Have access to high-quality health care. Go on vacation every now and then. And then one day retire with grace and dignity. That's the American dream. That's the ability to afford and access the good life. And we believe as House Democrats that no single force in the United States of America has done more to bring the American dream to life than organized labor, and we will continue to stand up for organized labor today, tomorrow, and always. Not undermine good-paying union jobs. That's what this bill, this one big ugly bill, does in the United States of America. We're going to stand up. Stand up. Stand up for organized labor. This is personal. to me. My parents, Marlon Jeffries, Lanita Jeffries, they raised us, my younger brother Hassan and I, they raised us in a working class union household. I'm thankful for that. We were raised in central Brooklyn. Now, my mom grew up in Connecticut. And I mentioned that must be Johanna Hayes. I don't see Rosa DeLauro in my sight line, but we're so thankful for all of the members of the Connecticut delegate. I'm an unofficial sixth member of the Connecticut delegation. My mom raised in Bristol, Connecticut. She went to Bristol High School. Thankful for my mom. And my dad, I mentioned earlier, he grew up in Newark. That must be LaMonica McIver. I grew up in Brick City. I mentioned earlier he had the nickname Pudding. I failed to ask him, but I'm going to see if my mom can unlock the key to that nickname for me. My mom grew up in Bristol, Connecticut, and my father grew up in Newark. And I mentioned earlier that he then went off to serve this country in uniform as an Air Force member, served in Germany during the Cold War. I think about that a lot. I didn't get to talk too much about it. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk a little bit more with my dad about that. It's an extraordinary thing in the United States of America that someone could grow up in inner city Newark and then have the ability, in part, thanks to President Harry Truman, to serve with people of all races to defend this great country. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk to my dad a little bit more about his experience in Germany, because the one thing that I've been able to take away from that experience was that he came back having fallen in love with Heinekens and Becks. But he came back after serving this country, Mr. Speaker, in uniform, as so many men and women do right now in uniform. And let me make clear, we're so thankful, we're so appreciative of the courage of the men and women in uniform who serve in the United States military, and we will always stand behind you. We thank you for your service, your patriotism, your courage, your heroism, and your sacrifice, lifting up the freedom that is America. You are not suckers, you are heroes. You're not suckers, you're heroes. We're thankful for your service. The men and women. No better hype person than Frederica Wilson. So my dad, as I mentioned, grew up in Newark. My mom in Bristol, Connecticut. So they meet at Central State University. Proud to note, a historically black college and university that has given so much. Historically black colleges and universities to the United States of America, and we will always stand behind you. Always stand behind you. We will always stand behind you. I wouldn't be here right now without a historically black college and university. I'll never run away from that. I will never run away from that. And we're proud of the fact, we can check the record, proud of the fact that over the last few years prior to this administration, historic investment in Hispanic serving institutions, in historically black colleges and universities, in higher education. That's part of who I am right now. I don't know if I'll have time to tell the story of my grandmother. Maybe I will.
Take your time.
Stories matter.
Take your time.
I got so many stories, I feel like I'm in a hip-hop studio right now. But they all relate to what makes us, every single one of us, every single Democrat, have a story to tell. A story to tell. Brooklyn will get that. Every single one of us have a story to tell. That leads us to this moment. It's the reason why we're fighting hard against this incredible and unprecedented assault on the American way of life and an assault on organized labor. So my parents, they meet at Central State University, and Dad would tell us, my younger brother and I, that it was love at first sight. But apparently my mom said, not so fast. But it worked out. I'm thankful for that. They met at Central State University. And so, of course, I mentioned that mom from Connecticut, father from New Jersey. Why was it that we grew up in New York City? Apparently, they compromised and moved to Brooklyn. And so I'm raised in Brooklyn, New York. Working class neighborhood. In the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic. Dangerous times in New York City. In a union household, proud that I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, still a member of the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Grew up in this union household. And Mr. Speaker, I land on that moment, and every single one of us as House Democrats have a similar story to tell about why in our heart in our soul, in our essence, in our experience. We're so horrified by the attacks on organized labor because we understand the importance of what organized labor has meant to the American journey. My mom and dad were both public servants throughout their entire lives. My mom worked for 45 years, DC 37, for the city of New York. My dad, he worked for 30 years. He was a member of the Public Employees Foundation. He was a substance abuse social worker dealing with addiction. During the heroin explosion of the 1970s, the crack cocaine epidemic of the 1980s. But they got married in 1967. And they were newlyweds. And many people familiar with the history of the labor movement, particularly in New York City, know that in 1967, the Social Service Employees Union, which they both belonged to at the time, famously went on strike for better pay, better health care, better working conditions, and most importantly, better service to the clients that they served. And I've thought about that fact. They were newlyweds. A few months in, and they had to make a decision when the Social Service Employees Union went out on strike, whether they would cross the picket line, because it was unclear, perhaps, how they would pay for food and rent and clothing as newlyweds in a new city. Or, Mr. Speaker, were they going to stand in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters? I'm so thankful, Mr. Speaker, when I learned that my parents made that decision to stand on that picket line for as long as it took in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters. That's part of our DNA. That's part of why we fight so hard. We can all trace a similar story. An inheritance from our parents and our grandparents. All of us have that kind of story to tell. Why am I so thankful that my parents made what I believe was a tough personal decision, but of course the right decision? It's because what that union membership actually meant to my journey and my younger brother's journey. 1973, my younger brother was born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's doing well. Right now, he continues to say on social media that he's our mother's favorite son. Let me say from the House floor, no, you are not. I think she favors both of us. A younger brother, 1973, he's born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's born with a serious heart condition. I'm thankful that it was that union negotiated health care that got our family through that difficult moment. That's why we do what we do. Our own personal experience. And then in the early 80s, my parents, modest living. Neither of them, even at the tail end of decades-long careers, ever made more than $50,000. Modest living. But in the early 80s in Crown Heights, rough neighborhood, central Brooklyn, they bought their first and only home. They were able to buy that home, the home that my younger brother Hassan and I were raised in, because of that union negotiated salary, and pay off the mortgage down to zero because of that union negotiated salary. This is personal to us, our own journey. And lastly, as it relates to this part of my journey, why we all fight for what we fight for, why we stood behind Mike Thompson's amendment to protect good-paying union jobs. I went to college. I went to Binghamton University. When I first got here, I was surprised to learn, actually, that I was the first graduate of Binghamton University ever elected to the United States Congress. I was shocked to learn that, but not the last. Because Vindman and Mannion have now joined us. And so we tripled the size of the Binghamton University delegation. It's part of the reason why we stand up for higher education and public education. That's our own experience. So I graduated from Binghamton University. My younger brother graduated from Morehouse University. I think that was Hank Johnson. Sanford Bishop. Graduated from Morehouse. I graduated from Binghamton University. And somehow, we managed to graduate from college without owing anything. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how. Because as I mentioned, my mom, my dad, they just earned a modest living all throughout their careers. So one day I had a conversation with my mom and I was trying to figure it out. How did you pull that off? She said, well, I wanted to make sure my two sons could have a clean start to life. So I borrowed against my union negotiated pension to make sure my two sons could get free and clear of loans and get a higher education as part of our effort to experience the American dream. And so we all say to our brothers and sisters in organized labor, you don't ever have to worry about whether House Democrats are going to stand up for you, because you've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. That's our personal story. And every single one of us, we do this work because we've lived a life of opportunity that this great country has provided to us. And we're deeply troubled, saddened, disgusted that this great institution, this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people. A bill that hurts everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. Shame on this institution if that bill ever passes. And so we say to the American people, we've been working hard to try to get this bill into a better situation, introducing amendment after amendment after amendment. Representative Judy Chu, the Chair Emeritus of KPAC, one of our extraordinary leaders, my good friend Grace Meng, she now chairs KPAC, but Representative Judy Chu, she had an amendment that no one earning more than $10 million per year receives a tax cut to prevent this reverse Robin Hood and the ballooning of the debt by $4 trillion. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We support, as Democrats, providing tax relief to everyday Americans. We're willing to work in a bipartisan way to deal with that issue under the leadership of Richie Neal. But Republicans decided, Mr. Speaker, as you know, to go down this partisan road, play partisan games, try to jam this extreme budget down the throats of the American people. And so amendment after amendment after amendment introduced by House Democrats in good faith, exercising common sense to try to improve this bill. Representative Jimmy Gomez, the chair of the Dad's Caucus here in the United States House of Representatives, he had an amendment to ensure that people who make $1 billion a year don't get a tax break paid for by cutting Americans' health care and food assistance. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted that down. My good friend and classmate, Representative Susan DelBene, she had an amendment that would have made the child tax credit fully refundable. Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. Let me also shout out a person that I believe is the mother of the enhanced and expanded child tax credit as well. The top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro. We're thankful for your leadership, Rosa. Fighting hard on behalf of the American people. Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. She had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to make the child tax credit fully refundable, covering the 17 million children who are being left behind by the big, ugly bill, and increase the child tax credit for families. Because what Republicans are doing, Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this particular bill, not enhancing and expanding the child tax credit, you are undermining the child tax credit. And Representative Susan Del Bene, my classmate, along with Catherine Clark and others, the class of 2012. We used to be the new kids on the block, now we're just the OGs. But Susan Del Bene, she introduces this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted it down. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment that dealt with this issue a little bit earlier. The new and permanent cap on state and local tax deduction. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment to strike the new and permanent cap on salt, which is something that members of the House Republican Conference, Mr. Speaker, as you know, claimed was a line in the sand for them, specifically from New York, and said that they support. But Republicans voted down that amendment from Representative Laura Gillen. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of the great members of the class of 2018, a great class. She had an amendment that would protect infants, babies, American citizens born in this country from the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship.
Shameful.
Republicans voted that down.
Can't believe it.
Let me make something clear. No matter what it takes, we're going to make sure as House Democrats we stand up for the principle that every single child born in the United States of America, pursuant to the 14th Amendment, is an American citizen. We will never let anyone take that away. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. I think Mary Gay Scanlon, I'm appreciative of my big brother, Congressman Greg Meeks, my big brother in the United States Congress. We're a family as House Democrats committed to working hard, standing up on behalf of the American people. It's an honor of a lifetime to be part of this family. To stand on the shoulders of Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn. It's an honor to be part of this family. Fight hard on behalf of the American people. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, I've got to repeat this, had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to protect infants, children, babies against the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Representative Pramila Jayapal had an amendment to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. United States citizens, Mr. Speaker, that are being deported by the Trump administration. I documented some of that earlier today. We're happy to provide more examples. In fact, I'm happy to debate my colleague, Speaker Mike Johnson, on any of these issues anytime right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation months ago. I'm still waiting to get a response. We're not running from the American people. We're ready to debate any of these issues anytime, any place. Particularly right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. Representative Pramila Jayapal, she had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. Republicans voted that down. Ranking Member Jim McGovern, and this issue was personal to him. I mentioned earlier, we do this work because we're informed by our own personal experiences. It's not about glory, it's not about profit. It's about improving the lives of the American people that we're privileged to represent. Jim McGovern and his wife Lisa dealing with immense pain, immense personal tragedy, but fighting so hard on behalf of the American people. He had an amendment to restore the critical NIH research funding withheld by Donald Trump and Elon Musk to cure diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer, including pediatric cancer, childhood cancer. Mr. Speaker, you know Republicans voted that down. Hundreds of amendments introduced by Democrats to try to deal with the cruelty and the callousness of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Many amendments were offered by Democrats, and Republicans chose not to make these amendments in order. In other words, just ignored them, dismissed their importance. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Gottheimer offered an amendment that adds a new requirement that the Secretary of HHS certify in writing that the reduction and rescissions made by this act will not affect cancer survivors currently on Medicaid or Medicare. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Houlihan and Representative Ramirez offered an amendment Mr. Speaker, that exempts individuals with disabilities from having to prove eligibility for Medicaid every 6 months. That's a burdensome red tape requirement designed to throw people off of Medicaid who are eligible. That amendment was dismissed. Mr. Speaker, as you know, by House Republicans. Representative Sarah McBride the distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Delaware. The distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Delaware. She offered an amendment that requires the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, to certify provisions in this bill to make sure that those provisions will not reduce access to care or increase the cost of care for seniors who are duly eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Rob Menendez offered an amendment that the health provisions will not take effect if it would lead to an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to hospital services. Mr. Speaker, as you know, House Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Val Hoyle introduced an amendment that strikes changes to provider taxes and preserves states' ability to use or increase provider taxes to fund Medicaid and protect hospital funding. Mr. Speaker, you know that despite Representative Hoyle offering this amendment, Republicans dismissed it. Rural hospitals will close as a result of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. They will close. Susan Collins acknowledged that fact. But House Republicans are here jamming a bill down the throats of the American people that will close hospitals in rural America, in urban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America, and apparently, Mr. Speaker, couldn't care less. Let me be clear. We're going to stand up for those communities that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have abandoned. We're going to stand up for rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, Appalachia. We're going to stand up for all of America, whether we represent you or not. Representative Nanette Barragan, one of our co-chairs of Steering and Policy, along with Robin Kelly and DWS, she offered an amendment increasing the Hospital Stabilization Fund that they had to include in this one big ugly bill. This amendment was designed to protect hospitals from closing and expand eligibility for safety net hospitals that we know exist all across America. In every corner in this country. Safety net hospitals that serve a large number of low-income patients, including those with Medicaid. And yet, Mr. Speaker, as you know, House Republicans dismissed this amendment. Amendment after amendment after amendment that Democrats have introduced to try to relieve the pain that is being visited upon the American people by this one big ugly bill, voted down by Republicans or dismissed out of hand. Representative Costa introduced an amendment to protect those on the low-income heating and energy assistance program who are also targeted by this one big ugly bill. It's part of an effort to ensure that all households on SNAP can continue to qualify. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment out of hand, ignored it, did not see fit to take it up. Representative Jill Takuda from the great state of Hawaii, she introduced an amendment trying to prevent the nutrition title of this bill from taking effect. Against USDA can determine that the provisions of this one big ugly bill would not result in material economic harm to farmers, ranchers, and producers. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment out of hand. Representative Lloyd Doggett had an amendment to extend tax cuts for the 98% of the American people who make $400,000 or less per year. Had that amendment been taken up and passed, it would have cut the cost of this one big, ugly bill by approximately 50%. And we would have been standing up for those everyday Americans who are now going to be hurt by other provisions in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination. Mr. Speaker, as you know, that amendment dismissed out of hand by the House Republican majority. Representative Seth Magaziner from the great state of Rhode Island. He's only in his second term. Somehow he's the dean of the delegation. Along with my good friend Gabe Amo, Seth Magaziner, he had an amendment to provide a tax cut for the middle class, paid for by increasing taxes on the wealthiest here in this country. Taxes and a tax rate that had previously been at 39%, lowered by the original GOP tax scam in 2017. He had this amendment to provide a tax cut for middle-class Americans. Instead, Republicans are spending $1 trillion on massive tax breaks for the wealthiest amongst us. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand. Representative Stephen Horsford, who also came in the class of 2012, he had an amendment to make no tax on tips, which we support. But we support no tax on tips becoming a permanent part of the law, and that's not what this one big, ugly bill does.
Permanent.
Tax breaks for billionaires, permanent. Tax breaks for everybody else expire. That's not the way to stand up for everyday Americans. That's extraordinary. Representative Stephen Horsford's amendments to make no tax on tips permanent and to close loopholes that are in this one big ugly bill. Dismissed. Out of hand. Amendments introduced by Ranking Member Huffman, Andrea Salinas, Dave Mint, Emily Randall, and others, protecting public lands. Dismissed. Out of hand. Amendments on energy introduced by members like Luz Rivas. Dismissed. Out of hand. And I think I'll end this portion of my presentation. Mr. Speaker, I said this portion of my presentation. Still got a little more time. Donald Trump's deadline may be Independence Day. That ain't my deadline. You know why? Mr. Speaker, we don't work for Donald Trump. We work for the American people. That's why we're right here now on the floor of the House of Representatives, standing up for the American people. For everyday Americans, for hardworking American taxpayers, fighting hard to make sure that we can live in a country where every American can afford to live the good life. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, part of being able to afford to live the good life, part of those 5 things that I talked about, which shouldn't be hard to agree upon. Work hard, play by the rules, and then being able to be part of a country. Imagine a country where when you work hard and play by the rules, you can afford to obtain the American dream, to experience the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, a good education for your children, and then a good retirement. So we had a series of amendments, Mr. Speaker, introduced on the subject of education. Let me say something about the Department of Education, and every agency, every department can, of course, be improved in terms of its efficiency, but the Department of Education does important work, particularly as it relates to the most vulnerable children amongst us. And as part of this unprecedented assault on the American way of life, President Donald Trump issued this executive order, effectively trying to abolish the Department of Education. I know there are people all across the country as I travel throughout America concerned about this. Let me make something clear. The Department of Education was established by an act of the United States Congress. It cannot be abolished by anyone pretending to be a wannabe king. Not anyone. It's us, the United States Congress. So we introduced, Mr. Speaker, a series of amendments related to this commitment, this recognition of the importance of education as part of accessing the American dream. Ranking Member Bobby Scott is also battling some issues. Life hits us all, but made sure to make his way here to the House of Representatives. As part of his commitment to stand up for the education of our children and others, he had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that strikes all of the extreme parts of the Committee on the Education and Workforce elements of this bill that make it harder for students to access high-quality education, jeopardizes child nutrition programs, and threatens financial student aid, all of which is being done recklessly, Mr. Speaker, by this one big, ugly bill. And as you know, Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. Representative Sarah Elfreth introduced an amendment to try to increase the amount that hard-working teachers and educators are able to deduct on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand. Tax breaks for billionaires, Mr. Speaker, but Republicans have decided hardworking educators can't get an enhanced tax benefit for their out-of-pocket expenses. That's wrong, and as House Democrats, we will continue to stand behind the educators of the United States of America, the teachers in the United States of America, those to whom we entrust our most precious asset, our children. And House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, aren't standing up for educators, for the teachers of America. This is extraordinary. But we're going to continue to stand with our teachers and stand with our public schools all across the United States of America. That's what House Democrats are going to continue to do. Representative Val Hoyle had an amendment to increase Pell Grant funding, Pell Grant awards that are severely undermined in Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary to me that this reckless Republican budget manages to go after blue-collar jobs, organized labor, hardworking American taxpayers who don't shower before going to work, but shower after work, that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill goes after blue-collar, good-paying, prevailing wage jobs here in the United States of America, and then also goes after access to higher education. Representative Val Hoyle had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, increasing Pell Grant awards that are severely undermined in this bill. House Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. This is another one of those areas where our commitment to experiencing the American dream, whatever path you choose, whether that's through career and technical education, as has been the case by many members in their experience or their family experience. Don Norcross, one of our leaders in this regard, Debbie Dingell, others, Mark Pocan, part of the Labor Caucus, leaders in this regard. Mark Pocan, part of the trades movement. Don Norcross, part of the trades movement. Debbie Dingell, so close to the UAW and the trades. This is one of those areas where we also are informed by our personal experiences, why we find what is taking place, Mr. Speaker, in this one big, ugly bill so disgusting. These attacks by Republicans on the ability of all Americans to achieve the American dream, to be part of imagining an America where everyone who works hard and plays by the rules can live the good life. Higher education is not the entire solution, but it certainly is part of it. This was taught to me by my grandma Nana. She never had a formal 4-year education, but perhaps she was the wisest woman I've ever known. And she was determined to make sure that her 2 grandsons had the ability, as best she could, to obtain an education that might ultimately, for us, coming out of this working class neighborhood, Crown Heights in central Brooklyn, spending a lot of time in Bedford-Stuyvesant where she lived, on the corner of Putnam and Lewis, right down the block from the Cornerstone Baptist Church. She was determined to make sure that her 2 grandsons had the best opportunity, and in her view, and Grandma Nano's view, that meant access to education. And so, when we were young, she said to my younger brother and I, I'll never forget this conversation. We were in her home in Bed-Stuy. She said that the 2 of you are going to go to elementary school and then you'll graduate, go to middle school and graduate, high school and graduate, college and graduate. And then she dreamed about us going to graduate school, get a law degree, a PhD, a medical degree, an MBA, some form of advanced education. We were like, Grandma, we're going to be in school our entire lives. And she was so committed to that journey that every single time we graduated, this is a woman of modest means, she gave my younger brother and I, whoever was the graduate, $500 in cash. I still don't know where Nano got that money from. I know it came by her honestly. She saved for it. But it was designed to help incentivize her grandchildren to keep going through all of the obstacles. And Mr. Speaker, I made the mistake one day of telling that story, this $500 incentive, in front of my two sons. And they said, "Dad, you've been shortchanging us our entire lives." Access to education is a part of the journey for many of us. Shocking to me that this one aspect, not the only aspect, this one aspect that Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence, once articulated, the father of the University of Virginia, Ben Franklin, the father of the University of Pennsylvania, others saw an important role for enlightened education as just one path that we as House Democrats are trying to protect, while also making sure that every single hardworking American can get the type of career and technical education if they choose that path to experience the American dream. Mr. Speaker, as I perhaps approach the end of this particular journey,
Take your time.
let me just reiterate that as House Democrats, we maintain from the very beginning of this Congress, we acknowledged the election of President Donald Trump, offered to work with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle whenever and wherever possible in order to make life better for the American people, to stand up for the things that matter, not as Democrats, independents, or Republicans, but as Americans. But the route, Mr. Speaker, that has been taken by House Republicans is to go it alone and to try to jam this one big ugly bill filled with extreme right-wing policy priorities down the throats of the American people. That's why, in good conscience, we can't stand here, Mr. Speaker, and support this effort, this one big, ugly bill that hurts everyday Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. America is too expensive. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Energy costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. America is too expensive. President Trump and House Republicans promised to lower costs on day one. Mr. Speaker. But costs aren't going down, they are going up. The policies unleashed by the Trump administration have been so chaotic, so all over the place, so much uncertainty has been created that the economy is being run off track, and nothing has been done to lower the high cost of living. In fact, not a single thing in Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill will meaningfully make life more affordable for everyday Americans. And that's just one of several reasons why House Democrats are a hell no on this legislation. We were a hell no last week, a hell no this week, a hell no yesterday, a hell no today, and we'll continue to be a hell no on this effort to hurt the American people. And I note for the record, Mom, hell is in the Bible. The American people are understandably frustrated by the high cost of living. Yes, they're frustrated by the unprecedented assault on the American way of life, on our democracy, on the rule of law, on due process, on health care, on Social Security, on nutritional assistance, but it's my sincere hope that we can find a path forward to actually address for the American people some of the underlying sources of their frustration. The fact that people, far too many people, you've heard the stories, Mr. Speaker. And that's just a fraction of the stories that have been shared with us, members of the United States House of Representatives. Just a fraction of the stories that I've been able, on behalf of House Democrats, to enter into the record. They're frustrated by a lot of the things that have gone on in this country since January 20th. I'm frustrated by a lot of what has gone on, disgusted by a lot of what has gone on, Mr. Speaker, in this country since January 20th. We are better than this. But it's also important, one of the things that I hope, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to address at some point is the source of the underlying frustration. It's a frustration in the comments, in the eloquent words of all of those presidential leaders that I mentioned earlier today. This frustration, this economic frustration. FDR talked about it. Truman talked about it. Kennedy talked about it. Johnson talked about it. Carter talked about it. Clinton talked about it. President Obama talked about it. President Biden talked about it. It's a consistent strand. And while progress has been made in the United States of America, we've come a long way on behalf of working class Americans. there is still a way to go to ensure that in this great country, hardworking American taxpayers don't simply work hard and play by the rules just to survive, barely paycheck to paycheck, but are able to actually thrive. That's the America that we should all commit to work hard towards bringing about. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. A fair shot at achieving the American Leap. A good retirement, let me reiterate it for the record, that means, Mr. Speaker, that people in this town need to keep their hands off the Social Security and the Medicare of the American people. Keep your hands off Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all of the things. Hands off. And one of the many reasons why we strongly oppose Donald Trump's one big ugly bill is because it will result in the largest cut to Medicare, sets in motion the largest cut to Medicare, more than $500 billion by some estimations in American history. The American people understandably frustrated, not for years, but for decades, that far too many have dealt with a situation where the system is not building an economy that works for hardworking American taxpayers, for everyday Americans, for working class Americans, for everyone who aspires to be part of the middle class. It's our sincere hope that we can get to a place one day, perhaps in a bipartisan way, not connected to this extreme and reckless, dangerous, partisan bill, this one big, ugly bill that will hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires, that we actually can get to the work of lifting up everyday Americans, because the deck has been stacked against you for far too long. And that's not the America that the American people deserve. And part of the challenge, part of the problem, part of the issue as to why we find ourselves, everyday Americans, in this situation, it's because of the dominance of special interests in this town. And this one big, ugly bill represents a massive giveaway to special interests in this country. And we reject special interests because our job here in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker, is to protect the public interest at all times, today, tomorrow, always, and forever. Extraordinary to me, Mr. Speaker, that you got folks in this town talking about draining the swamp. Guess what? You are the swamp. You are the swamp. You are the swamp. We've never seen anything like this. The type of corruption that has been unleashed on the American people and has poisoned, Mr. Speaker, this bill. See, you're consulting the parliamentarian, I think. I said people in this town. I'm thankful that my grandmother saw fit to have her grandson educated. We've never seen a level, Mr. Speaker, of this type of corruption unleashed on the American people that has made its way into this one big ugly bill. Extraordinary levels of corruption in this town. Unleashed on the American people. Corruption on steroids would be an understatement. In terms of what the American people are now being subjected to. So one of the things we look forward to changing in this town, I want to make this commitment, House Democrats. We are committed to making sure that we end corruption once and for all in the United States of America, in corruption in Congress, in corruption at the Supreme Court, and in corruption with the administration. That's part of our agenda, an anti-corruption agenda. That's what the American people deserve. That's what we as House Democrats are committed to bringing about. The exact opposite, Mr. Speaker, of what we see in this bill. We're going to present to the American people an anti-corruption agenda, the likes of which have never been seen. Because it's too much. Fundamentally, it undermines the ability of government to deliver for everyday Americans. You see that politics, at the end of the day, is about the management of public money. That's why we need everyday Americans to participate in your democracy. Because politics, at the end of the day, is about the management of public money. It's about how taxpayer dollars are going to be managed. And what's extraordinary about this one big, ugly bill is that what we see, Mr. Speaker, is the management of public money, all of it being done in this highly partisan way. It's not designed to serve the best interest of the American people. It's being managed, Mr. Speaker, in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this one big, ugly bill. The management of taxpayer money being misused and abused to hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks, That's a dereliction of duty. Mismanagement of public money. It's an abuse of the privilege that all of us as members of the United States Congress have. And so one of our promises to the American people as we look toward the future, we will always be stewards of your money to make sure that we are allocating taxpayer dollars in a way designed to lift up the American people, not tear the American people down. That's the type of Congress that the American people deserve. The public interest over special interest. The public interest over special interest. The public interest over special interest. That's one of our promises to the American people. And we're going to work hard to earn your trust as we move forward and look toward the future. I mentioned earlier in my remarks that I wanted to talk a little bit about faith. I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We walk by faith, not by sight. You just have faith the size of a mustard seed. You can move mountains. We come this far by faith. Can't leave this floor, Mr. Speaker, without talking a little bit about faith.
Faith. Talk about faith. Talk about faith.
And I use faith in the broadest sense of the word. Proud of what we are in this country: Jewish faith, Muslim faith, Hindu faith, Buddhist faith, Christian faith. All faiths. That's the interesting thing. This rush to jam this reckless bill down the throats of the American people, all of it somehow connected to our 249th birthday that we're going to celebrate tomorrow, July 4th. A journey launched by the Declaration of Independence, and ultimately this principle embedded in the First Amendment around the importance of faith, but also at the same time the importance of separating church and state. It's all in the First Amendment as interpreted by the Supreme Court. Don't have time, I think, to really deeply go into it, but you've got...
No, take your time. No, take your time. Take your time. Explain it to me.
American people deserve to know.
Take your time.
You've got the Establishment Clause and you've got the Free Exercise Clause. Framers of this country recognize the importance of faith, our journey of religion. I'm proud of my Christian faith. But I also recognize the importance of the plurality of all of us, men and women of faith, different religions. And also of the fact that here in America we embrace the religious and the secular. The religious and the secular. But on this question of faith, I alluded to it a little earlier. It seems to me that the Gospels that The New Testament, there's some interesting parts of the Old Testament. I'm tempted to tell the story of King Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. Speaker, a lot of parallels to what's going on right now. But I'm gonna focus at this moment on the New Testament prescription, the Gospels. I think it was mentioned earlier by one of my colleagues. I think Don Beyer mentioned it earlier. Matthew, the 25th chapter, verses 35 and 40. I think it's important that at this time, in this moment, in this debate, before I leave the floor of the House of Representatives, that this scripture be entered into the congressional record. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. A stranger, and you invited me in. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick. I had medical problems. Maybe I needed Medicare or Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act or the Children's Health Insurance Program or Planned Parenthood. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. We have a right as members of Congress to visit people who are detained. It's not just in law, it's right here in Matthew. Then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you? Or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in? Or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you? And of course, the reply from Jesus, truly, I tell you, whatever you did, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. That's what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. Our job is to stand up for the poor, the sick, and the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind, everyday Americans. That's what Matthew teaches us. And that's not what's happening in this one big ugly bill. That's not consistent with what my faith teaches me. I'm not down with this situation. I'm not down with this situation.
We're right with you.
Well, you got some folks in this town.
Tell it.
Come on.
They go to church.
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
Go there.
Mr. Speaker, I said some folks in this town, they go to church.
That's right.
Take your time.
And I'm not questioning anybody's faith. I'm just making an observation. Got some folks in this town, they go to church and they pray on Sunday. P-R-A-Y.
Say the truth.
And then they come to Congress and pray P-R-E-Y on the American people. I'm not down with that kind of faith. That ain't my faith. That's not our faith. That's not the faith that comes out of the gospel. I can't find that kind of faith in Matthew 25 and 35. I can't find that kind of faith. But I do see something else.
Tell us what you see. Tell us what you see.
Can I talk about it for a moment?
Talk about it. Talk about it. Take your sweet time. Take your sweet
You got
time.
time. Take your time.
I do see something else, kind of what I'm seeing connected to this one big ugly bill. I don't know if this was an inspiration to this extraordinary assault on the American people, this corrupt piece of legislation.
It's corrupt.
Turn over the table.
But when I look over my Bible, and this is going to come from John, it's not going to come from 2 Corinthians, although the Apostle Paul has a lot to say about that. And, Mr. Speaker, I said 2 Corinthians, not 2 Corinthians.
Come on now. Come on now.
I don't know who I'm talking about, but if you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible.
Take your time. Take your time.
Trying to figure out, because it's not in Matthew.
That's right.
25, 35 to 40, but I did see something in John.
Go ahead now. Tell us what you said. Tell us what you said.
John 10 and 10.
That's right.
This frightens me
Right. That is the truth.
in this moment that we're living in. It says the thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. It's incredible to me that we're here dealing with a piece of legislation literally that steals money from everyday Americans, from hardworking American taxpayers. Steals money from Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act, supplemental nutritional assistance, steals money from Pell Grants, from the education of our children, from energy assistance programs. Thief comes only to steal
Come on, steal.
and kill.
Well done.
I don't say this lightly, Mr. Speaker, but we stand behind this point. That when you try to take health care away,
Yes.
what this bill does, taking health care away from everyday Americans, more than 17 million, this unprecedented assault on Medicaid, on the Affordable Care Act, on Medicare, on children's health insurance. What you effectively are doing, hurting everyday Americans, hurting children, hurting women, hurting older Americans, seniors,
Tell them, leader.
people with disabilities. Nursing homes will close.
Tell them what they're doing.
Hospitals will shut down.
Let them know what they're doing.
Community-based health clinics
Tell them.
unable to operate. We're actually here debating legislation, Mr. Mr. Speaker, that will result in tens of thousands of everyday Americans losing their lives
Tell them what they're doing.
because of the inability to get health care that they now have
Tell them.
and is being ripped away
Let them know.
from them. John 10:10, the thief comes only to steal
Deal.
and kill
Kill.
and destroy. All-out assault on the American people. All-out assault on health care, the economy, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, nutritional assistance, veterans, farmers, law-abiding immigrant families, small business
Tell them.
owners. All of the things that we've spent some time on this House floor talking about, that this bill is trying to destroy.
That's right.
Destroy the American way of life.
Plain. Make it plain.
Can't find anything in the Bible and the New Testament, certainly not in Matthew 25 and 35. Matthew 25, the 35th chapter, and all the way through the 40th verse, but somehow I happened upon John 10:10.
Somehow.
And thinking about this one big ugly bill. The thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy.
Destroy.
But America is a resilient nation.
We are.
We're an exceptional nation.
Yeah, we are.
We're a strong nation. We've been through turbulence, trials, and tribulations. And we always somehow have found a way to make it through. Because of the resilience, Mr. Speaker, of the American people.
Yes.
So whatever happens today as it relates to this one big ugly bill, if my Republican colleagues decide that once again, Mr. Speaker, you're simply going to make the decision to serve as a reckless rubber stamp of President Trump's extreme agenda, I still have faith in the United States of America.
Still have.
I still have faith in the United States of America. I still have faith in the United States of America. We will not let anyone in this town destroy what America represents. Not now, not ever. Not going to be easy. We recognize that. But we've got faith in the resilience
You have time. Take your time. Sweet time.
of the American people. As I get ready to close shortly in,
Now take your time.
Take your time.
Take your time. Come on.
Take your sweet time.
Tell them. Come on. We're here. Plenty of time.
Take your
well, let me say it
Yeah, say it.
one more time. Our Republican colleagues tried to jam this reckless, extreme bill, Mr. Speaker, down the throats of the American people. Had the nerve to start this debate at 3:28 a.m. in the middle of the night. But we made clear that we're going to expose
Expose.
all of the things that are being done to harm the American people.
Yeah, that's right. Tell them.
Not in the dark of night, but in the light of day. This little light of mine, we're going to let it shine on behalf of the American people. Incredible to me that Republicans would try to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people in the dead of night. And then, to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, allocate 15 minutes.
15. That's all.
15 minutes
Great.
to each side on the committees of jurisdiction.
Shame. Shame. What a shame.
15 minutes to the Ways and Means Committee on each side. 15 minutes
Take your time. Take your time.
to the Budget Committee. That's extraordinary. But I'm thankful, I'm appreciative of all of my colleagues who stand behind me.
That's right.
I'm thankful. Thankful to all of my colleagues for their commitment, their courage, their conviction, standing up on behalf of the American people to deliver, hopefully, what is a message of concern, but also a message of hope.
Come on now.
That's right.
Hope.
We got to fight a lot of battles on behalf of the American people. It's not over.
It's not over.
Fighting a lot of battles on behalf of the American people. This is just one of them.
This one.
But we wanted to make sure that the American people had an opportunity to fully and more completely understand, in the light of day, just how damaging
In the light.
this one big ugly bill will be to the American people. And I plead with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. I really plead with my colleagues, inspired by some of the framers of the Constitution, the great scholars, the great thinkers, conceived of this incredible journey that we've been on
Yeah.
in the United States of America, creating separate and co-equal branches of government, recognizing that in this country, part of the gift that we were given by the framers of the United States Constitution, no kings, no dictators, no monarchs, separate and co-equal branches of government. This is the Article 1 branch of government.
Most powerful.
Mr. Speaker, James Madison, he once made the observation, in his view, in one of the Federalist Papers, that at its best, Congress should function as a rival to the executive branch. That was James Madison. Article 1, branch of government, the House and the Senate. We're not here to bend the knee to any wannabe king. Mr. Speaker, we're not here to bend the knee to any wannabe king. We're here to be a rival to the executive branch in the best spirits of the House of Representatives. Yeah. To push back against an out-of-control executive branch. That's the framers' vision. Yeah. I said that's the framers' vision. Yeah. That's what they said. The framers' vision. And so as we prepare to take this consequential vote, Mr. Speaker, I just urge many of my colleagues
take your time, take your time.
In government, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, we don't work for President Trump.
No. We don't. That's right.
We don't work for J.D. Vance.
No. That's right.
We don't work for Elon Musk.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, as all of us prepare to cast this vote, I hope my Republican colleagues will come to the conclusion that we work for the American people. We work for the American people. We don't work for any president. We work with American presidents. We work for the American people. So it's my hope that as you evaluate this bill, all of the harm that is being unleashed on the American people, ripping health care away from more than 17 million Americans, effectively ending Medicaid as we know it, shutting down hospitals, including in rural America, in districts, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle represent.
That's right. That's right. They're people.
Nursing homes closing. 1 in 4 nursing homes, Mr. Speaker, will close as a result of the attack on Medicaid.
Destroy.
And Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, this is extraordinary. This assault on everyday Americans, assault on children, veterans, seniors, people with disabilities. It's incredible to me. All of this in this one big, ugly bill.
Take your time.
Ripping food away from children, literally ripping food out of the mouths of hungry children, hungry veterans, and hungry seniors. Mr. Speaker, that's not America. We're better than that. Mr. Speaker, we're better than that. Ripping food out of the mouths of vulnerable Americans. That's extraordinary that's what we're doing. Extraordinary. And all of this is being done. This unprecedented assault on everyday Americans. is being unleashed on the American people, Mr. Speaker, on the most vulnerable amongst us.
Most vulnerable.
All of this is being done to provide massive tax breaks to billionaire donors. Shame on this institution if this bill passes. That's not America. We're better than this. We are better. We are better.
Come on.
We are better
We are better. Come on.
than this. I think that
More time. Take your time. Let's finish with the podium.
as we prepare
Take your time.
to vote on this one big ugly bill,
That's right.
tough time for people in the United States of America. It's extraordinary extremism unleashed on the American people. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle promised to address the high cost of living. Nothing in this bill will meaningfully lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. Nothing. It's incredible to me. All of the promises that were made by some people in this town.
Come on.
That the top priority was going to be to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America.
Make it plain, make it plain.
And then, all of last year, ran away from Project 2025.
Come on. Come on.
Acted like it didn't exist.
That's right.
And then, Mr. Speaker, people come to town, they're in the majority now, and every single part of the extremism that we've seen unleashed on the American people is connected to Project 2025. Every single part. But here's why I still got hope, optimism. I referenced this earlier today. As we prepare to experience the 249th birthday of the United States of America.
Yeah.
Take it back to that original document.
Yeah.
Declaration of Independence, 1776. Mr. Speaker, it had the aspirational part. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal,
Yeah. Come on now. Bring it home.
endowed by their Creator with certain
Yeah.
unalienable
Bring it home.
rights,
Come on now.
that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Come on. Come on, Lou.
That's the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
And as House Democrats, we're committed, no matter what it takes, to bring that about. Imagine in America where everyone who works hard and plays by the rules can live the good life, afford to live the good life.
Come on now.
Good paying jobs, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That's what House Democrats are fighting for. That's the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, to bring that to life, the pursuit of happiness. That's the aspirational part. But then when you look at that Declaration of Independence, the second part of it, it reads like an indictment against an out-of-control king.
Make it plain. Take your time. Yes.
reads like an indictment against an out-of-control king.
Yes.
I commend all Americans, perhaps sometime tomorrow, I'm going to do this myself, read that document in its entirety.
Yes. Come on, read it, read it. Read it.
And why was that indictment issued? I think it was because the framers of this great country, they were fed up with Project 1775. And so they implemented Project 1776. So I know that there are people concerned with what's happening in America, but understand what our journey teaches us is that after Project 2025 comes Project 2026. And you will have an opportunity to end this national nightmare as part of Project 2026. I love the framers. They gave us a blueprint for what should give us hope in this moment.
That's right.
I think that I want to close by referencing
Take your sweet time.
someone
Take as much time as you want.
someone who we all serve with. I want to stand on the shoulders, if it's okay, on some of our civil rights heroes and foot soldiers.
Yes, yes.
Those whose character, whose conviction, whose courage should give the American people hope at a moment of great despair. Many of us had the great honor of serving with Congressman John Lewis. The great honor, Mr. Speaker, to serve with Congressman John Lewis.
That's right.
And I came across something that John Lewis said in June of 2028, that hopefully, no matter what the outcome of this vote, will give people some hope. Great John Lewis said, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful.
Say his word.
Be optimistic.
Yeah.
Our struggle is not the struggle of a day,
Yeah.
Not one day.
a week,
Yeah.
a month,
Yeah.
or a year.
That's right.
It is the struggle of a lifetime." That's our struggle. No matter what, Mr. Speaker, you decide to do today, that's our struggle. Standing on the shoulders of John Lewis, that's our struggle. Never ever be afraid to make some noise
Make some noise.
and get into good trouble. Good trouble. Good trouble. Necessary trouble.
Necessary trouble.
Standing on the shoulders of giants. John Lewis would often talk to us about his admiration for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King, who would refer to John Lewis as the boy from Troy.
The boy from Troy.
Now, what's interesting to me, that civil rights movement, we can learn a lot from it. Started December of 1955. And Rosa Parks sat down on that bus so that all of us could have the courage to stand up.
That's right.
Wasn't an easy struggle. All the odds were stacked against these civil rights heroes and foot soldiers. And during the early days of the movement, a difficult part of the movement, Dr. King, after they've been targeted, arrested, beaten, harassed by the authorities, he traveled to Brooklyn, New York.
Yes. Brooklyn.
And spoke at the Concord Baptist Church. I think it was in March of 1956. And he said to a group of people of every race, every religion, every life experience, the Concord Baptist Church in Bedford-Stuyvesant, said to them, no matter what the odds, we've got to press on.
Press on. Press on. Press on.
Dr. King said that if you can't fly, run.
That's right.
If you can't run, walk.
That's right.
If you can't walk, crawl. But at all times, press on.
Press on. Press on.
And keep pressing.
Press on.
And so as I take my seat, I just want to say to the American people that no matter what the outcome is on this singular day,
What the hell? Fight forward.
we're going to press on. We're going to press on. We're going to press on. We're going to press on for our children, press on for our seniors, press on for our veterans, press on for our unions, press on for our farmers, press on for our dreamers, press on for working class Americans, press on for the middle class, press on for all who aspire to be part of the middle class, press on for the poor, press on for the sick, press on for the afflicted, press on for the least, press on for the lost, press on for the left behind, press on for the rule of law, press on for the American way of life, press on for democracy. We're going to press on until victory is won. I yield back.
John would have been proud. High king. High king. High king. High king. High king. High king. High king.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
No sign.
Did he do it? Did he do it? He did it. He did it. He did it. High king. High king. High king. High king.
Leaders lead.
High king. 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 High king.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Just saying, you don't need to take an hour.
This gentleman from
eight
Massachusetts.
hours.
Gentleman from
I think it's,
Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say the leader has done his part. I have no further speakers. I yield back our time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields.
That's all you got? That's all you got?
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, could we have order?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order, please. The House will be in order, please. Thank you. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have stood in this chamber
And I could tell stories about every single one of us who in this moment recognizes that we have to keep rising to the occasion because of the extraordinary assault that has been launched against the American people by Donald Trump and complete Republican control here in Washington. Let's understand who is doing you in.
That's right.
People on the other side of the aisle. It's not too late. All we need are 4 Republicans to join us to show John McCain levels of courage. Not on the battlefield, as he did in such an extraordinary way. And yes, Mr. President, John McCain was an American hero and patriot.